because they had children from their rapes. Something our government still know about and still are allowing. Now, I'm very fortunate to be able to stand here today and share my story. There's many survivors that aren't living today. And I want to tell you about an incredible family called the Sheeran family. Now, when I came to work at Urban School, I interviewed a woman called Anne Sheeran. And then I went on to make a documentary with 2C TV to share their horrific story. Now, Andrew's daughter was called Jodie. Jodie was gang raped in her hometown of Stoke-on-Trent when she was a child. She was gang raped on Eid, and after they gang raped her, they poured curry powder all over her. Now, Jodie, like me, became pregnant, and she went on to tell the police of what had happened to her. The man got charged in what they thought was going to go to court for justice. They dropped the trial just as it was starting. That was something that Jodie felt very, very difficult to deal with. She turned to drink, and unfortunately, she passed away. Now her son, Jaden, and her mother, Anne, they're fighting still for this day to get some sort of criminal justice and a victimless prosecution. Now, before I go, I'm just going to ask you all to support the Sheeran family, just like many of you have supported me. And I want you all to remember Jodie Sheeran. Thank you, and I'll see you all there. Have a good day.
Right. What a brave lady. Let's give her a round of applause again, everyone. Come on. Now, as I went through the stories and got to know the survivors in Telford, one brave lady said there was one song that she listened to that told her story. Now, when you listen to the lyrics in this song, I want you all to think and listen to and know what happened to Britain's daughters, and listen to the words and the meaning of this song that's going to be sung now, okay? Oh, we need a medic. Who's a medic? We need a medic over here. We've got a medic, yeah?
People often say to me, why would a business owner sell their company they've been running for the last 10, 20 years for £1 or for a
The lady who's going to sing this for you now is the beautiful Kelly Lamb. She's travelled here each time. She's travelled here each time from Canada. I want you to know that every person that's speaking and singing here today have paid their own fares. No one's being paid. They've all volunteered their time to come here today. Kelly?
What a crowd. Thank you for your patience. I'm a little shorter than everybody else here, so cheers. I think he explained the meaning of this song so This one is for all of the victims of the terrible grooming gangs. I'm not a stranger to the dark. Had a wedding, they used to watch up. Apologies, this is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, gonna send a flood, I'm gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Cheers. God bless you, Britain. God bless you.
To, again, think about what we as a nation allowed to happen to our daughters. To the politicians, to the journalists who talk about these girls like they're statistics. There are daughters, there are sisters. Now, an army of women recently have been rising. It's been so encouraging to see. As women, the pink ladies, let's hear it for the pink ladies, yeah? The pink ladies have inspired this entire country. These numbers are here today. You played your part, ladies. It's beautiful to watch as the mothers start speaking out. They're not afraid anymore. Who remembers? Let me play you a quick video, yeah? Let me play you a video. Remember this?
But it looks like the police are trying to cause a scene. Look at that. Look what they're doing. Look what the police are doing. What are they doing? What are the police doing there? What are they doing? Have a look at this.
All they do when they do this, yeah? In fact, let's have a round of applause for the brave lady that has not backed down. Come on, Sarah. One of the yipping mothers.
Go on, Sarah!
Close to my mouth. Hi, everyone. My fellow countrymen and patriots, I stand before you today not as a politician, certainly not as an expert, but what I truly am, a mother of 3 beautiful children who deserve a safe, fair, and secure future in this country. And I know I'm not alone, because every mother, every grandmother, and every woman here today knows what it means to worry for the next generation. Because we are the ones that carry the weight of tomorrow on our shoulders, because we raise tomorrow. But I also stand here carrying the story of others. Recently, I met a couple called Daz and Jody, whose daughter, Lola, tragically choked whilst eating dinner. Lola survived, but she has been left with an irreversible brain injury. And if that heartbreak wasn't enough, Lola's family have faced a second tragedy, the failure of our own authorities. Instead of providing the care, the funding and support families like Lola's so desperately need, they have been abandoned, left to fight a system that strips away help at every single turn. And yet, while our own children suffer without the proper support, our government bends over backwards to hand out resourcing, funding and housing to undocumented men who come into this country illegally. Tell me, where is the fairness in that? Where is the justice for children like Lola who didn't ask for this life, and families like Lola's who are simply trying to survive? I too have felt the weight of injustice. When I stood up for what I knew was right, I was brutally arrested by the police. Arrested not because I had done wrong, but because I dared to fly our national flag with pride. And in that moment, I realised something. They wanted to send a message. They wanted every woman in this country to see me in handcuffs and think if they can arrest her, they can arrest anyone. Well, let me tell you something. They're right. They can arrest one woman. They can arrest 10 women, but they cannot silence us all. Because when women stand up together, when mothers rise together, no force, no government, and certainly no police can hold us down. We are the backbone of this nation, the protectors, the nurturers, the fighters when our children need us most. And if we do not stand up for our rights, for our children's futures, and for families like Lola's, then who will? So let today be the beginning of something new, a movement led by women, powered by mothers, driven by love for our families and for our country. Together, we will rise, we will demand change, and we will shape the Britain our children deserve. Because when women stand together, nothing and no one can silence us. Love the country in which you live, or go and live in the country you love. This is Great Britain.
Now, for too long, our children have been indoctrinated to hate who they are. Education system.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do
Every other culture and identity is celebrated. You cannot allow the education system to have control over your children. You have to teach your children who they are. You have to teach them to be proud of their culture, proud of their history. Now, who remembers the story where a young girl wore a union dress and she went to school and they sent her home from school? It was Culture Day. So cultures were being celebrated. So she wore her British dress to celebrate her culture, and the school sent her home. She went to school that day to deliver a speech on her culture to a classroom of 30 children. There are currently 1.3 million people watching this live. Courtney Wright, come and deliver your speech, darling. Get out of the way. Let's hear it for this brave little British girl. Come on.
Hello, London! My name is Courtney Wright, and I'm so proud to stand here today. Even though I'm only 13, I already know how lucky we are to live in this country. Britain is our home. It's a place built on courage, sacrifice, and freedom. Millions before us fought to protect it, and it's our duty to love it, respect it, and keep it strong. We may be young, but we are the future. And together, with pride in our hearts, we will always stand for our great nation. I wrote a speech for my culture day at school, and I was silenced. Silenced because I'm a British girl and my voice didn't count. Do you want to hear my speech, London Patriot? Today, I want to talk about my culture, British culture, and why it's important to me. In Britain, we have lots of traditions, including drinking tea, our love for talk about the weather, and we have the royal family. We have amazing history like kings and queens, castles, and writers like Shakespeare. It's also modern, diverse, and always changing, with music, fashion, and food from all around the world blending into daily life. And let's not forget about fish and chips. It's also the way we speak, our humour, our values of fairness and politeness, and the mix of old traditions and new ideas. But sometimes in school, we only hear about other cultures, which is great because learning about different countries is interesting and important. But it can feel like being British doesn't count as a culture just because it's a majority. I think culture should be for everyone, not just for people from other countries or backgrounds. Being British is still a culture, and it matters too. So let's celebrate all cultures, whether they come from far away or right here at home. Thank you.
parents must be so bloody proud. Where are they? Let's have a round of applause for our mum and dad as well. Come on. Make sure your children are proud of their country, proud of its history, and proud of their culture. What a brave little girl. Wow. Now, as there's been an uprising of women across Britain, again, absolutely beautiful to watch. I saw another lady singing a song, and it just brought a smile to my face every time I see it, and every time I listen to it. So, will you come up now and perform that song for us, darling?
Hello, everyone. Wow. What a privilege it is to be on this stage. Oh, unbelievable. Yeah, Billy Moore's here, guys. I just want to start by saying, I just can't get over it. Look, wow. Unbelievable. Look at all these patriots. Amazing. Thank you, everybody. You're amazing. You're going to make a real difference today. We are literally a part of history. Everything is going to change from today. This is it. Ready? Thank you.
Do you know how nervous she was about that? She smashed it, didn't she? Absolutely smashed it. Now again, I think the next lady who's going to speak now, I've watched her speeches. I think she's probably single-handedly the best speaker and representative at putting her point across, I'd say, on the planet, okay? She's unbelievable, she's amazing, she's beautiful. Who's next? Play the video.
So let me promise you right here, right now, I will not stop fighting for them. I will not stop fighting for the truth, and I will not stop fighting for my people. The time of zero accountability will come to an end, and I will promise you, we will make Europe great again.
Eva Vandenbroek.
Britons, patriots, my friends. Today, I call upon all of you to invoke the help of your country's patron saint, St. George. Legend holds that St. George fought against a dragon that was demanding human sacrifice. He fought a battle of good versus evil. And today, hundreds of years later, we are still fighting that very same fight. We are fighting a fight of truth versus lies, of freedom versus tyranny, and of light versus dark. And just 3 days ago, one of our bravest warriors lost his life fighting it. So today, we also fight for him. We fight for Charlie Kirk. We fight for our nations. We fight for our children. Charlie. Ladies and gentlemen, St. George's shield became your very flag. And now your flag has to become a shield once again. A shield that will protect us in the fight against the evil forces that like back then against the dragon, we are fighting this time because they are demanding the sacrificing of our children. So, my patriots, raise your flag, wave them high, wave them proudly, because there is nothing that today's dragon fears more than that. And that dragon resides at 10 Downing Street.
Guys, anyone who's listening to the stream, can you please press the thumbs up, please? Please press the thumbs up on the stream and subscribe to the channel, please.
I will say, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
it is not a minute too late that you're... Because our civilization is on the brink of destruction. As a result of mass immigration everywhere in Europe, we are losing our homelands. We are becoming minorities in our own countries. In many cities, this is already the case. Here, where we are today in London, a shocking 41% of all people are foreign-born, and the total immigrant population lies at 60%. I don't have to tell you what the consequences of that are. The fruits of mass immigration are insecurity, impoverishment, and cultural decay. Here in London, you can't walk around with your phone in your hands without the risk of it getting stolen. But who cares about phones when your daughters are being raped and the perpetrators who do it tell them that that is what white girls are for? That, plus the fact that the authorities, the very same people who are supposed to protect them, repeat that same rhetoric. That is what constitutes a betrayal on a level that we have never seen before. And make no mistake, the Rotherham rapes, they didn't just happen in Rotherham. They happened all over the continent as well. On a daily basis, everywhere in Europe, unsuspecting white boys and girls, men and women are assaulted, raped, and murdered every single day. So let's not beat around the bush here. We are witnessing the rape, replacement, and murder of our people. But I am here today to tell you, no more. This today is not the time for compromise. Today is not the time to just keep calm and carry on. Today is the time to get angry, demand change, and fight back. Because it's not just that our establishment doesn't care about us, or that they failed to simply protect us. Make no mistakes, they are the ones who have betrayed us. They are the ones who are actively selling us out. And they are the ones that are making us pay for our own destruction. And what if you speak out against them? What if you speak the truth? On this country, you run the risk of getting thrown in jail for longer than the immigrant who has raped your daughter. That is the UK in 2025 under Keir Starmer. Nothing short of a tyrannical state. But, ladies and gentlemen, do not despair. Do not become demoralized, because that is exactly what they want you to do. Because when I look at you, when I look at this sea of flags, I know that it is far from over for us. Both we, the Dutch, and you, the English, we have mastered the seas. We have conquered the world. And that same spirit of our ancestors still runs through our veins to this day. We are the sons and daughters of the greatest nations on earth. If anyone can get their countries back, it is us. Change is possible. Remigration is possible, and it is up to us to make it happen. We are Generation Remigration. We will not back down. We will not be silenced. And by the grace of God, we will claim our countries back. Thank you.
Attending here today, you will inspire so many people. And I know that as a fact, because 3 years ago, I was pretty lost. I was deplatformed, I was censored, I was on my own in a foreign country, I was lonely. And then I watched as the Irish took to the streets of their country, led by the mothers of Ireland, and they started marching in their country. And that inspired me. I travelled straight to Ireland. It relit the fire in my belly. I travelled straight to Ireland and I made a documentary called Plantation 2, Rise of the Celts, to tell the story of the invasion of Ireland as the mothers of Ireland made it an international news story. I'm going to play that promo now.
They're scared, Tommy. They're not only scared, they're petrified for their children.
I really don't feel safe for my kids or for my future.
Well, a lot of them are afraid. I know women that can't even go to work anymore, that won't walk because it's too fearful. And that's a sad reality of Ireland today.
Yeah, I was attacked last year.
You was?
I was, in town.
There's 2 rapes by males, one in a local pub and one in this car park. Another one.
They're literally grabbing you on the street. If they look at you and they like you, they're having you.
Like all the attacks I know that have happened to friends of mine in town, nobody has been arrested.
Why did you think it acceptable that you wanted to rape a 14-year-old child?
I had been sexually assaulted while I was completely out cold. It just terrified me and it traumatized me. Like, I have PTSD, I have to deal with that. What are you saying to me, my sister? What did you say to her?
Where's all the women and children? Where's the old men that are suddenly arrived in our village?
There's millions of men coming in. Where are all the women?
I want to know where you came from and why you are here.
If it keeps going on the wages, we won't be recognised by now.
One of your kids next, one of your older next, one of your last next, and you got to allow this shit.
We're not going to sit back and allow this. This is our children's future. We're fighting for it.
This is my home. This is my country. This is my culture. And I won't sit back and see the work there.
I honestly don't have a clue. Oh shit.
Now,
No.
the next speaker who's travelled here today, Terry McMahon.
I'm accredited.
He's a film director, a multi-award winner, the producer of the This Is Ireland, watched by millions. Years ago, he spoke up. They tried to silence him. They tried to cancel him. He's here today to say he's not cancelled. He's not silenced, and he's going to speak on behalf of the Republic of Ireland. Terry. Tried to cancel him. He's here today to say he's not cancelled, he's not silenced, and he's going to speak on behalf of the Republic of Ireland. Terry.
Tommy told me to stay under here, but if you're going to get wet, I'm going to get wet with you. 600 artists signed a petition in Ireland to have a festival cancelled that was a celebration of Irish culture. As well, but what the hell? Ireland is on her knees, and she has learned from you. The government has learned from you how to accelerate. Van Morrison was the only Irish artist to speak out against the insanity of lockdowns. Remember these? He knew these were more than masks. They were muzzles designed to control communication, stop dissent, stun the soul. They tried to annihilate Van to send a message. If we can silence one of the greatest voices of all time, imagine what we can do to you, you who are supposed to be too terrified to speak out, too scared to even whisper. The Irish government tried to force through a referendum to change the meaning of family and remove mother from the Constitution. Our national leader calls the Irish mongrels. Irish Times journalist calls us dogs. Our Minister for Justice called us scumbags. These people trying to force through hate speech laws, yet the only hatred we see is coming from them against us. And where are the artists? Where are the heroes? Where are the rebels? Degenerates in both of our beautiful but broken countries came for our kids, maligning mothers and fathers as mangy mutts and malevolent mongrels. Maybe they were right. Maybe we are a different breed. Maybe we are loyal dogs. Maybe we are dangerous dogs. Maybe we are the dogs of war! All humans are born equal, but not all ideas are, particularly the ones publicly declaring their intention to subvert and destroy our civilization from within. We know what divides us. Every day, politicians and media and schools tell us who to hate and train us in how to hate them. But look around you. Men, women, boys, girls, young, old, left, right, gay, straight, brown, white, all of different faiths and different classes. Excuse me. And you are all unified in the core truth that our political, social, ethical, and moral way of life is now under sustained attack. And the cowards cancelling us here today, despite your contempt, we are marching for you too, to protect you from being forced to be too frightened to speak out, too scared to even whisper. And to you young kids here, if you really want to know where the hell the heroes and the rebels and the artists are, they're standing right beside you. Your mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters and fellow citizens of all faiths and all colors who finally found the collective courage to stand up against actual monsters are the real heroes. You are the actual rebels, the protectors of power. I have a flag here. I'm going to unfurl it in front of you. And it's amazing to be unfurling this flag in this country. And I do it with respect, and I do it with love for my nation, and I do it in the recognition that Ireland is not owned by sellout, psychotic, censorious politicians. Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, belongs to her people. We still have the poetry and the blood of the proclamation pumping through our veins. Ireland, England, we are right now, more than any time in history, brothers and sisters. We have a common enemy, and we have a common love. And we have love or we have hate. And they hate us, but we love each other. Thank you for having me.
There are 650 politicians in that building over there. How many of them are here today? We've got politicians who have travelled from every country in Europe, pretty much, yet we can't find one. Don't kid yourselves that we've had a political revolution. If there was any member of parliament in there who represented the any member of parliament in there, any member of parliament in there, who any member of parliament in there, any member of parliament in there, who any member of parliament in there, any member of parliament in there, who any member of parliament in there, any member of parliament in there, who any member of parliament in there, who any member.
Sorry, something's happened to the stream there. Let me just correct that. I won't be in a moment. Oh yeah, we're back to the. So we're back to the. Yeah, the video streams. Obviously, something's done wrong there.
Yeah, it's alright. No, but it's like I have a holder for the mic, but that's gone. That's gone now. So. Fuck it, why not?
Unite all the patriots of Europe together
There you
for
go,
a future
guys.
where we
Can you hit
fight
the thumbs
together.
up for me, please? Thumbs up on the video and subscribe, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker, let's play the video. I've looked up to this man, followed his journey, as I have all of these gentlemen. Eric, some more. Let's see the video.
Mes chers amis,
My dear friends,
je suis venu ici à Londres pour vous transmettre le salut admiratif du peuple français. Le peuple français qui sait qu'on peut compter sur vous quand la liberté de nos peuples est en danger.
I have come here to London to convey to you the admiring greetings of the French people. The French people who know they can count on you when the freedom of our peoples is in danger.
They used Antifa, blocked them off, blocked the side roads. Now everyone's here with horses charging at them. It's disgusting. So, like, share it out. This is what they do.
They're intentionally antagonistic.
Yeah, to create a reaction.
They're all throwing bottles as well. They're throwing bottles
There's obviously something happening there, guys, on stage. That's the reason it keeps going off. So yeah, just bear with us. We'll try and get back on. Do smash a thumbs up for me, please, guys. Do smash a thumbs up. Follow the channel. Much appreciated, very much, guys.
You want to speak to the chat? Basically, someone who comes in the chat a lot, even if you just turned up, opened up umbrella and shielded my equipment, gave me some nourishment, and now I've got, like, I'm not on my own. He came and backed me up, so I'm on my own here. My the holder for my camera is gone, so I'm like struggling. But this is how it works. We all help each other out. Oh, you should have waited there, but I said I'll be 2 minutes. Guys, let's look behind, right? There's police. Sorry, there's police there too. I can see on our right, but are they on the left? I don't know. I'm not sure. This could be a kettle. Are they kettling everyone in? That's open. Yeah, I think I might just get a GoPro. That's how I started, using a GoPro, and just go with that, because, like, I've got, you know, a mirrorless DSLR, all this stuff, everything flies around. It's not good for protests. Like, once you go in and there's movement, it's dangerous. Like, things just go flying. You're a problem. Guys, so, like, not much has changed. The Antifa are in the middle, police had horses, and they're just slowly moving people towards Trafalgar Square.
Just having a look, guys, around on the different channels, just seeing what's about. Yeah, so obviously something's gone wrong on stage at the moment. Yeah, I don't know whether we'll get that back or not, but yeah. Keep smashing the thumbs up though, guys. There's like, how many of you are in here? 500 and odd, and there's 179 on the thumbs. But yeah, do please keep hitting them up. Thank you.
Just a reminder, this is what the media don't show you. Repeat, these are all, everyone here, they come from all over the country.
For centuries, freedom was synonymous with Great Britain. But now these self-evident rights and values must be which we have in our hands. And we'll not only fight, we will prevail. Their hope, their dreams of freedom are stronger than any force on earth. Throughout Western history, the cradle of freedom has been the mightiest force of all. From the Roman Empire to the streets of London today, the dream of freedom and living in a free, fair, and democratic society has inspired generations. It has been the very emblem of the United Kingdom. You founded our civilization by writing the Magna Carta. You abolished slavery. You won over Napoleon. You defeated in both First and Second World War. We will not let down to the political correct class of today's system. Shakespeare once wrote,
Something's happening again there, guys. The stream's gone off for some reason. Yeah. Just bear with it, guys. It will come back on it, hopefully.
How you doing, mate? You want to say a few words? I'm on YouTube, but I record as well. There's a lot of people, but I make videos. It's all right. It's raining. We can think of something. Like, why are you here today? Why did you come here? What do you think about what's going on?
They try to divide us by racists, extremists, Islamophobes, hoping to shame us into silence. But we reject their labels. Wanting safe streets and secure borders does not make us villains. It makes us patriots. Loving your country and protecting your community is not a crime. It is a duty. And telling the truth can never be hate. As George Orwell, one of England's greatest sons, warned, the further a society drifts from truth, the more it hates those who speak of it. Well, we will speak of it. We will tell the truth. So let us stand strong, brothers and sisters, united and unafraid, from Denmark to the kingdom of your great country. Together we cannot be defeated. Our voices will not be drowned down. From the white cliffs of Dover to the highlands of Scotland, from Belfast to Birmingham, let freedom's voice ring out again. And don't take back your country.
Let me tell you now a funny little story, yeah? When we had singers, I know a lad who goes Luton Town matches. I've known him for years. And he said, I can sing, I'll sing a song. And then this morning, in our lads group chat, I got a message from the lad saying, is Bloxy singing? I said, yeah, he is, yeah. Can he sing? He said, can he fuck? So Bloxy, I hope you can sing, bruv.
Hello, London! I've always wanted to do that. Right, we can only do one number because we're running a bit late. But I want all you lot to sing along with this. It's your turn now. Are you ready? Oasis, 82,000. Me, 500,000. So get your hands in the air, come on. I want you to sing it along, come on. Where it began, I can't begin to know it, but what I know, it's growing strong. What was in the spring, and spring became hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Let's hear you, come on, but now I look at the night and I don't feel so lonely. We fill it up with only two legends. And when I heard runs off my shoulders, how can I hurt when I'm holding you? Come on, dance all me, sing! Let's touch it warm. Reaching out, touching me. To believe they never. Get your hands clapping. Hands in the air. Now your legs. Well, sweet Caroline, good time never seems so good.
Yeah, I know that mic was terrible on there. Yeah, there's been problems on that end. But yes, anyway. Yeah, just let you know, smash the thumbs up, guys. Smash the thumbs up, much appreciated.
Next, who follows the politics of Germany? The new party. Alternative for Deutschland, come on the scene. Their MP, who's here today, come and visit me when I was in jail. We've spoke for many years. And when he walked in, he sat down, he said, Tommy, Munich is mine. Yeah? He's now the standing MP for Munich. Unthinkable just a decade ago. It shows what can happen. He's not politically correct. He speaks out every time. He spoke out on my behalf during my imprisonment. Peter Bryson.
Really not been any different.
And there you go, we've lost footage of the stream again, but anyway. Oh, there you go, we're back.
Are you there? I can hear you. This is a historic day. 1 million English people are here. The world is watching you, but one man isn't here. Your Prime Minister. What are you thinking about him? This is a warm welcome. Thank you very much. Maybe you are asking yourself, why I am here, why we are here from Europe. Because your enemies are our enemies. Because your fight is our fight. We don't want our daughters, our sisters getting raped. We don't want our brothers, our friends getting stabbed when they are defending them. We don't want judges who are releasing this scum. And we don't want the fake news media. They are telling us that our fight is not right. We are right. And they are trying to oppress us by any possible meaning. I've got 23 home searching this year in my house, so that the American free media wrote that the German Gestapo was there. Yes, that's bad, but Tommy was facing much more worse. You know, he was put into the prison, into jail. They'll try to kill Donald Trump. And they killed Charlie Clark. And they can, but they can't silence us. For each of us, they silence hundreds more standing up and saying, "Raise your colors." And that's the reason why we are winning. They are telling us we cannot stop the.
sorry, my arm. No.
But next, as I told you today, there's not one single British politician from there that's come here today to speak to you. They were invited, okay? The next gentleman who's coming up now, in the not so distant future, I do believe will be standing in there.
To secure their own futures and secure the futures of their loved ones and their children.
They are proud of this country. They want to protect this country.
This country needs an honest, decent, pro-British political force which is actually going to act with integrity, without fear, without favour, and deliver for this country.
Come on! Thank you. Thank you. Welcome England. Welcome Scotland. Welcome Wales. And let's not forget, welcome Northern Ireland. Where is the Ulster banner? Collectively, we are the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Let no one put that aside. Fly your flags with pride. They represent our countries. They represent our union. Our politicians don't give a damn about our union. The Conservative Party is actually fully named the Conservative and Unionist Party, but they put a border between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Our politicians don't stand for us, and I know why. When I was invited to come on this, go on then, let's get it out of our systems. Keir Starmer is a wanker. That wasn't part of my speech, but that's perfectly acceptable. But what I want to say is this: in the run-up to the 13th of September, a lot of podcasters and a lot of interviewers asked me, Ben, if you're invited, will you speak on the 13th of September? It was put to me in a conspiratorial manner, almost as if we had to whisper about the 13th of September, as if I would be breaking some taboo by coming here. And I find the question very, very strange. Why would I, a British politician who believes in democracy, give up the opportunity to speak to the British people? The question is not whether or not Ben Habib should be here. The question is, where are the other bloody leaders of the political parties? Where are they? They all talk about populism. They talk about the majority interest. They talk about the needs of the United Kingdom, but they haven't got the courage to talk to you. Well, I will, and Advance UK will speak for this country. What we stand for, let me tell you what we stand for. We stand for the nation state of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We don't just stand for our cultural Christian roots. We stand for our constitutional Christian roots. And there is a difference. People talk about our culture being Christian. They've forgotten that we are constitutionally Christian. What do you think these flags represent? They represent various saints of our country. They are Christian flags. Our national anthem is a Christian hymn. We must not forget this. We in Advance UK will stand for the nation state and our Christian cultural and constitutional roots. We will stand for freedom. We will stand against the indoctrination of our children, who are told to be ashamed of our forefathers, who are told to be ashamed of the British Empire, who denigrate Winston Churchill. They call him a white supremacist, the man on whose shoulders we stand today. They call a white supremacist. I say no to all of that. And do you know why politicians aren't here to talk to you today, with my exception? Because they've fallen for this ridiculous cancel culture. They've fallen for the fear that they may be cancelled by not speaking to you. And we will therefore stand fearlessly for freedom of speech. It is the core, it is the heart of a democracy. There can be no progress in this country without freedom of speech. We stand for democracy. We stand against the Union, the European Convention of Human Rights, the WHO, all these bodies that infect our political system. They are not democratic. They're bureaucratic technocrats who are undermining your voice. It is them who wants to shut you down. We will root them out of the United Kingdom, and we will sack every member of the civil service that does not follow the democratic mandate. And if we stand for nation, freedom and democracy, we will automatically deliver our fourth purpose. And our fourth purpose, about which we are now also aware, is that we have a two-tier criminal justice system. And that has to go. We will bring back equality under the law. The reason Lady Justice is blindfolded above the Old Bailey, something which our forefathers recognized. She had to be blind to deliver justice fairly. You cannot be prejudiced by people's backgrounds or their belief systems. We will once again put a blindfold over Lady Justice, and all British citizens will be equal under the law. Now, I took the step. Some said very stupid step. I've questioned my own sanity from time to time. But I took the step to set up Advance UK because I know, as you heard on the video, that this country needs a new, honest, principled political force which will not bend. And we will not bend. But we can only deliver for you on one condition. We can only deliver for this country on one condition, and that is if you stand up. I can't do it on my own. My team can't do it on its own. We need you, the British people, to join Advance UK. So when you go home today, before you knock back your first drink or switch on Netflix and put your feet up, go on your phones, go on your laptops, go on your iPads, join Advance UK. Let's become the biggest overnight political force in the United Kingdom. And the last thing I want to say is I love my country, I love you, and I will not falter I will deliver for you. Thank you very much.
Right. Our next politician has travelled here from Romania. His name's George Simeon. I'll let him tell the story, because just as you saw the election robbed in the United States of America, we saw the election robbed in Brazil. The election was also robbed in Romania.
Raise the colors! Come on, come on! We stand with Charlie Kirk. We, as free Romanians, stand with Great Britain. We all are here to stand for freedom and democracy. And we stand with President Donald Trump and the United States of America. Across Europe, dictatorship is being imposed by Emmanuel Macron and Ursula von der Leyen. We must stand up for our rights, for homeland, for God, and for our families, for our children, and for the future of our civilization. This year we had annulled elections in Romania. Emmanuel Macron, Ursula von der Leyen, and all the European Union bureaucrats meddled with our elections and annulled the electoral process. This is why I am here in solidarity with the Great British Patriots, to make Great Britain great again, to make Europe great again. We stand together with Tommy Robinson. We stand together with Elon Musk, that managed to bring the freedom of speech back into the social networks. You are a great nation which must survive, and you must stand up for your right, for the future of your children, and the future of your democracy, the future of your nation. We will be there to fight, and not only us, the Polish people, the Hungarian people, the Slovakian people will be there and fight with you. Thank you. God, faith, family, and homeland. Let's hear it. Thank you, Great Britain. Thank you, Tommy.
Hello. What a beautiful day, everybody. Yeah, you're having a good time. Do you think Keir Starmer's having a good time? Keir Starmer's right, everyone. There's lots of thank yous I need to give today. Okay, lots of thank yous. I want to thank my mum and dad for putting up with some madness for so long. And so I want to thank my mum and dad, because I love them, for putting up with some madness. My children are here today as well, and they get to see this, which is a beautiful moment for me, because for so many years they heard so much bullshit about their dad, so many lies. My ex-wife's also here today. Still love you, darling. But there's someone else I need to thank today. We all need to thank today. This would not have happened without the next gentleman who I want to bring out here to speak to you for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Let me introduce you to.
Hello. Congratulations. Congratulations, Tommy, on putting together an amazing event and really rallying the people of Britain.
Elon, none of this could have happened without you giving the British public access to the truth and giving us free speech and fighting for our free speech. So on behalf of Great Britain and the British public, we're incredibly grateful, Elon.
You're most welcome. Most welcome. And you may notice this T-shirt that I'm wearing is great British author George Orwell. What would Orwell think? I think that's generally a good way to look at these things. He would want freedom of speech. He would want the people to know what's real. He'd want the people to fight against government oppression and fight for the truth and fight for the future of Britain.
Elon, we are incredibly grateful for your time. We know what a busy man you are. Why is it important for you to be here today speaking at this Unite the Kingdom event?
Well, I am of primarily British heritage, British ancestry. I want Britain to be greater than it ever has been. I want Britain to remain Britain. I think there's something beautiful about being British. And what I see happening is a destruction of Britain. Initially a slow erosion, but a rapidly increasing erosion of Britain with massive uncontrolled migration, a failure by the government to protect innocent people, including children who are getting gang raped. It's unreal. The government has failed in its duty to protect its citizens, which is a fundamental duty of government. This has got to stop. There needs to be massive government reform in Britain. And the people need to be in charge, not some bureaucracy that doesn't care.
Elon, I believe that's what we've started today. Power by the people, sending a message worldwide. Elon, you spent an incredible lot of money on X. Why is free speech so important to you?
Well, I believe you can't get to the truth of things without freedom of speech, without active debate. There's so many on the left that want to just crush debate and put people in prison just for talking, as you were, just for speaking their mind. You know, the essence of democracy is it should be a government for the people, by the people, and instead of people. And not for the people. This is why everyone is gathered here today, is something's got to be done. This is unacceptable. The government needs to be responsible to the people of Britain. It needs to protect Britain. It needs to protect the weak, those who cannot protect themselves, especially the children. And when I read about some of the horrific stories and how the government did nothing, and try to hide it. They try to hide these horrific crimes. And then you see how much violence there's on the left, with our friend Charlie Kirk getting murdered in cold blood this week, and people on the left celebrating it openly. The left is the party of murder and celebrating murder. I mean, let that sink in for a minute. That's who we're dealing with here. That is who we're dealing with.
Elon, to so many of the British public who are scared to exercise their free speech, they're worried about being imprisoned, they're worried about being attacked, even to share their speech on your platform of X. What message would you give to them?
The message is really, my message is to the reasonable centre. The common sense. So my appeal is to British common sense, which is to look carefully around you and say, if this continues, what world will you be living in? This is a message to the reasonable centre, the people who ordinarily wouldn't get involved in politics, who just want to live their lives. They don't want they're quiet. They just go about their business. My message is to them: if this continues, that violence is going to come to you. You will have no choice. You're in a fundamental situation here where whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die. And that's the truth.
Today, Elon, I think the British public are telling the world that they're ready to fight back.
Good. Yes.
Come on, Ray Brown. Come on. We've inspired the nation. Elon, you've spoken a lot about woke culture, the woke mind virus, and how it damages innovation and freedom of thought. We know that DEI often sees people getting jobs when they definitely don't deserve them. Do you think this culture is holding back progress in the West? And what do you think needs to happen to reverse it?
Yeah, I'm appealing to sort of common sense and fairness. I want to emphasize just common sense and fairness, which is that we should make our decisions based on merit, on how, if somebody is talented and hardworking, then that should be the only means of advancement. There should not be discrimination on the basis of sex or religion or any race or anything else. And what a lot of the woke stuff is, it's actually super racist. It's super sexist, and it's often it's anti-religion, but only anti-Christian. Like, why only anti-Christian? That's unfair. So this is why, again, my message is to the reasonable middle. Do you not want a world where there is fairness and common sense, and you advance as a function of how hard you work and your talent and your integrity? That should be all that matters. And the woke mind virus, that I call it, is against all of that. It's wrong.
Thank you. Elon, we hear so much about censorship being pushed by governments and global corporations and organisations. A lot of people don't understand why we're allowing mass, uncontrolled immigration into all Western nations. Do you believe that there are powerful forces outside of elected officials, someone controlling governments, that are trying to control the flow of information, and how do we resist that pressure?
Yeah, I think when you look at the behavior of organizations or people, you have to say, what is the incentive for these organizations? And frankly, there's a massive incentive on the left to import voters. So if they can't convince their nation to vote for them, they're going to import people from other nations to vote for them. This is a massive factor. And frankly, it's a strategy that will succeed if it is not stopped. Thus far, it is succeeding. And you see strong movements to allow people who are not from Britain to vote in Britain, to allow people who are not from France or elsewhere to vote in those countries, and thus depriving the citizens of their democratic power. It's really a voter importation thing. And if they're allowed to succeed, if this is allowed to continue, they will succeed in importing voters, swaying the elections, and taking your vote away from you. That is 100% what is happening.
Do you know what's great? The BBC and the mass media cannot control this, can they?
I mean, the BBC is complicit in the destruction of Britain.
We pay for it, Elon. We pay for it.
Yes.
We're forced to pay for it. Do I not
It's
send them to jail if we don't pay for it?
You're forced to pay for your own destruction. It's insane. It's unfair. It is wrong.
Elon, a lot of ordinary people that are here today, they feel ignored, they feel censored, or they're labelled just for speaking up about their legitimate fears and concerns in their communities. Do you believe technology, like X or even AI, can finally give power back to those people? Or do you think it'll make censorship worse or even automate it?
I mean, that's a complicated question. It really depends on what government is in charge. The government can obviously use whatever powers are available to suppress the people. And so I really think there's got to be a change of government in Britain. And you can't, we don't have another 4 years or whatever the next election is. It's too long. Something's got to be done. There's got to be a dissolution of Parliament and a new vote held. And really what matters is rallying the people of Britain, really getting the people of Britain to get the message out there, talk to your friends and family, and build a massive power base among the people. And like I said, you really got to appeal to the sort of average, the normal people that just want to go about their business, that they're sort of in a village somewhere, they're working, they just want to mind their own business. But you've got to point out to them that if we don't take action, they won't be able to mind their own business because other people are going to come and maraud them. There's genuine risk of rape and murder, and the destruction of the country, and dissolution of the entire way of life. And so, yes, in the normal course of business, if things were, if you weren't under a massive attack, then people should go about their business and just live their lives. But unfortunately, if the fight comes to you, you don't have a choice. You have to fight. So you have to rally all of the people of Britain to fight for the future. And if this doesn't happen, there won't be a future.
Are you ready to fight for your future, Britain?
Fight for your future. Do it. Go.
Will we be gagged any longer, Britain?
But you know what I mean, Tommy. You know what I mean. I mean, I talk to my friends in Britain, and they're like, yes, they live in a village here or there, or a town or city here or there, and they're like, well, it doesn't seem like it's really that much of a problem. I'm like, well, if you want to know what's going to happen to your town or village, just visit London, and you'll see that it's filled with crime. It often doesn't feel like Britain at all, and it's only a matter of time before that is what happens to your town or village. It starts in London, but it will spread to every town or village in the country, and no one will have any peace.
We're running out of time, people. We're running out of time. Elon, you've built rockets, you've built cars, you've built satellites, you've built AI. Things most of us couldn't dream of. It's fair to say you're a visionary. When you look at leaders in Europe and the UK today, do you think they share the same talent for future vision, or do you feel like they'll be left behind and out of touch?
Well, I think that we've got to have a freer country, a freer, Europe in general has to be freer. It's stifled by bureaucracy. I think it's good that Britain left the EU because there's just too much bureaucracy in the EU. But frankly, instead of really going down a path of personal freedom and deregulation and getting rid of these stifling regulations, unfortunately, the British government has pretty much stayed on par with the EU, if not in some ways made the stifling regulation worse. If you have excess government regulation and oppression, you stifle the freedom of people to try new and great ideas. And Britain used to be a country that did amazing things, some of the boldest things on the entire planet. And that is possible in the future. But it can't be done if you've got this massive oppressive bureaucracy and a government that doesn't care about its people. And that has to change. There has to be profound change. And there's not much time left.
Elon, you've said before that civilization is fragile. We agree.
Yes.
It's precious. When you look at the West right now, every country in the West, with its wars, its divisions, its censorship, and its declining trust in institutions, none of us trust them at all. None of the public trust them.
For good reason.
Are you optimistic or pessimistic about where we are heading?
I think if the people of Britain take charge and actually ensure that there's a government that represents their interests and not a government that represents foreign interests, then I think Britain has a great future. And I think we can be optimistic. I think there's amazing things that are possible. If the technology that's coming is used in the right way, we can have an incredibly exciting future, one which is, sort of Star Trek made real. It's sort of like the exciting utopian sci-fi where we have spaceships and we've got robots and we've got incredible technologies that are really exciting. But we need to preserve civilization long enough for that to happen, and we need to go onward and upward. And we need to fight for such a future. Such a future is not inevitable. We have to fight for such a future.
I think that many British people had lost hope, but after today's scene, have you got hope again, Britain? Britain is awake. Thanks to you, Elon. Thanks to your input. Can we just ask?
Well, thanks to you, Tommy.
Thank you, brother. Can we ask what do you see as the future of the UK and Europe in your vision? Where are we heading? What's the future like for us?
Well, I think there needs to be a future where the people take charge, where there's deregulation, a massive reduction in bureaucracy, and generally a new hope, where people wake up in the morning, look forward to the future. They're excited about what's going to happen next. But we must have revolutionary government change for that to occur. And this is not ordinary course of business sort of stuff. This really requires everyone to sort of marshal the people, to take charge, reform the government, and make sure that you actually have a government that is for the people, by the people. And that's essential. And that's not, so we're really at a fork in the road here. We're at a fork in the road to darkness or greatness. And that will be decided only in a matter of years. And we must take the path to greatness. And that's the path that's exciting and inspiring and will make life worth living.
The crimes committed against a generation of our daughters, on behalf of everyone and on behalf of all of us in Great Britain, you know what, we wouldn't even be in the fight. Not only are we in the fight right now, but we're on the advance. Thanks to free speech being fought for us by Elon Musk. We're very grateful, sir.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Guys, can I ask you a big favour if you've not done already? Can you please subscribe to the channel? Do smash that thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Thank you.
2 seconds, I've got to find out where I was. Right. So I'm going to do quickly, as we just had. We all saw what happened just 3 days ago with the horrific and brutal murder. I'm just changing the sequence here because I think after Elon Musk, who's fought for our free speech, I think now should be the moment that our country, in all of our millions that are here today, and the 1.6 million people that are watching live, say a thank you and honour the life of one of our generation's greatest, a man who inspired a generation of young men based on courage and based on faith. Let's play this little film.
What advice do you have for me as I move into adulthood in order to become a more informed and involved citizen?
Well, first of all, thank you for being here, and I have hope thanks to people like you. How old are you again?
13.
13. Here's a couple things I want to encourage you to do. Learn something new every single day, and focus on what it means to be a good person and a person of strong character. Aristotle said that courage is the ultimate virtue. Without it, there are no other virtues. If people aren't courageous, you don't have honesty, you don't have justice, you don't have beauty, you don't have wonder. And so at age 13, I want you to commit yourself to a life of courage. Courage is doing the right thing when you don't know how it's going to work out. Courage is committing yourself to the correct course of action, regardless of the cost associated to it.
Every human being, I believe, is made in the image of the divine, is sacred, is unique. And if we get away from this principle as we have, we not only have moral degradation, we not only have the collapsing society around us, but it's bad for that being itself. That being itself is unique. That being has rights. And who are we to say, just because we're older, that we get to murder it? Thank you.
Hello, Great Britain. You know, I keep hearing online a lot of folks saying the UK is cooked. I'm leaving the UK. The UK is done. But I'm looking at what an army of 1 million people. So I got to say bullshit to that. Britain's not done. Britain's not going anywhere. My name's Don Keith. For any of those that don't know me, Tommy Robinson and the folks who put this together are giving me the great honor of singing our national anthem for you, and it's one of the honors of my lifetime, so I want to thank you for that. And I want to sing this today. I want to do it to dedicate it to Charlie Kirk, great man that was taken from us way too early. This is a man who created a platform for people to come and debate the right way, civilly, which is what free societies are supposed to be all about, and they took him from us. They killed him for it. And so that's what we're up against. That's the evil we're up against. But I'm going to sing the national anthem right now, and I thank you all for that opportunity. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the
Uh-oh, we got some error again. Won't be a moment, guys.
There's dogs. Oh my god. I'm all tangled up. Shit, they got dogs out. Fuck. Untangled. Right, there we go. Fucking hell, man. Why?
They will take a man down, these dogs.
certainly is going to be seen in our lifetime. Charlie's family, we all pray for you. We hope we honour his life. And you'll know when the minute's up, because the bagpipes will play. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. When you hear people talk about the special relationship between America and Great Britain, this is the special relationship that you're seeing here. It's not between our governments. Does anyone think David Lammy or Keir Starmer have got a special relationship with America? They hate America. They hate everything it represents. They hate freedom. Keir Starmer dared to make a Twitter post about the murder of Charlie Kirk. If Charlie Kirk lived in this country, he'd have been imprisoned for some of the things he said. So today, as well, there's only one country in the world and one government that's fighting for all of our free speech. It's not our government. It's certainly not the European Union. It's the Republican Party in the United States. It's J.D. Vance. It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump may not have been elected if it wasn't for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's legacy to us in Great Britain is the only reason we have hope, that we have a fight, that we're still in the fight, and that we have an opportunity to regain our free speech. It's because of the legacy left by Charlie Kirk. His name will live on forever. Let's hope he inspires a new generation of people. Do not let them win. The time is now. Stand up, speak out. God bless Charlie Kirk and God bless the United States of America. We're now going to play a video message. I don't know how many of you have heard of the political party in Spain called Vox. You will all hear about them in the future because they're topping the polls. They've already said they will probably deport 8 million people from their homeland. The future, there's only one party that will save Spain. That party is Vox, led by a brave leader called Santiago. He wants to speak to all of you now.
Occidente está en una situación límite. Gran Bretaña y España están en una situación límite. Nuestra identidad como civilización y nuestros mayores logros, como la democracia, el derecho de propiedad y la libertad de expresión, están bajo asedio.
They're not protesting. There's an event at the end of the road. It's a rally with a stage. Yeah. So there's a United Kingdom rally. It's just a rally. There's a stage. There's just speakers. So people...
No, I'm just trying to get away.
It never gets pushed that way. They can stand there all day. Oh, you're welcome. Welcome. Are they going to stand there all day and get free beers and free food? Oh, God damn it.
Oh, I thought you were waiting to move. I was waiting for you.
All right, my girlfriend's watching. I've only got one phone, so I couldn't. Are you coming here? Because I couldn't.
Quiera que cuestione la gran mascarada que sostienen unos partidos políticos que ya no tienen ninguna credibilidad. Los partidos tradicionales y sus medios de comunicación están en pánico ante el avance del patriotismo, ante el avance de las fuerzas nacionales y del sentido común. Ese sentido común que pretenden convertir en una herejía. A ellos les decimos que no podrán callarnos. Por cada voz que silencien, se levantarán 1000 más, porque estamos determinados a reconquistar todos los espacios de libertad, empezando por ese bien tan preciado y occidental como es la libertad de expresión. La amenaza contra nuestras democracias tiene muchas formas, y una de ellas viene de los mismos gobernantes que menosprecian a sus propios electores, que dicen una cosa en la campaña electoral y según alcanzan el poder, hacen exactamente la contraria. Esos mismos gobernantes que toman decisiones contrarias a los intereses de su pueblo y que en sintonía con organismos supranacionales a los que son siempre muy obedientes, están dispuestos a eliminar a sus adversarios creando procesos judiciales, como es el caso de Marine Le Pen en Francia o de Alternativa para Alemania, a la que quieren ilegalizar desde la coalición del globalismo de populares y socialistas. O la judicialización que se ha intentado también contra Matteo Salvini o Giorgia Meloni. Por eso la principal amenaza de Occidente viene por eso desde dentro. Y por eso debemos intensificar la acción común en nuestras alianzas, estar en las calles y defender y proteger lo que constituye Occidente, sus naciones, su identidad, la libertad y la democracia. Reconquistaremos todo y restauraremos con la verdad todos los espacios de libertad que nos han arrebatado. Nuestras naciones prevalecerán y nuestros jóvenes, mayores y familias vivirán en libertad y prósperos.
Whilst we have a video from the leader of the Vox Party, it's great to see women speaking out across Europe. The next lady coming up now, Adah Yuk, a beautiful Spanish lady here to deliver a speech on behalf of Spanish ladies.
for you, we love you, we stand with you, we will always have your back, and we love your husband, Charlie. Thank you, Tommy, for inviting me here today. The United Kingdom is so lucky to have a man like you leading the fight against the establishment. My name is Adah Yuk. I am not a politician, but a normal 25-year-old girl from Spain who wants her future children to know that she did everything in her power so they could grow up in a land where they feel free, safe, and at home. I want to speak to the young people out there today. Do you remember how life was when we were growing up? When we could play on the street with our friends? And when the people in our towns spoke our language? Our future children will never know how this felt like. Unfortunately, this is not the reality in Europe anymore. Just look around you. We have been sold out by our own governments. Currently, there are two types of people that exist in Europe. Those who know what is going on, but wait for someone else to fix it, and those of us who are here today. We have decided we are that someone because we are not afraid to put everything on the line to try to save the culture that our ancestors spent thousands of years building. I am sure this is not a surprise for any of you, but women and children are no longer safe in Europe. In 2024, 46% of the rapes committed in Spain were caused by migrants, even though they make up only 18% of the population. Aren't you tired of waking up every single day with the news of yet another innocent woman or child that has been raped, assaulted, or even murdered? No one here has any doubt what the problem we are facing is. It is mass migration of uncivilized people who is completely incapable nor willing to assimilate to our culture and way of life. Today, I stand before you as a daughter, a sister, and, God willing, one day a mother. Please, men, protect us. There is no more denying that our nations have been completely invaded and the terror has been already unleashed. We need you to stand up for our God, our culture, our safety, and our countries. Every nation needs 1,000,000 people, just like Tommy Robinson in the UK, Santiago Pascal in Spain, and Donald Trump in America, who will do everything in their power to give our children a place to call home. And let us never forget about Elon Musk, who is the only reason why we are here today speaking freely. If Europe is conquered by an outside ideology, there is nowhere left for us to go. While migrants are having 2, 3, 4, 5 children paid by our tax money, we are not having babies. The governments are taking our money and subsidizing the great demographic replacement of our nations. We need to start having more babies now. We need to unite whatever differences we had as European nations in the past do not matter anymore. We have one common enemy, which is the political establishment. To the young people out here today, I hope you realize we are the ones with everything to lose. Our daughters will not wear burqas. Our daughters will not take school trips to mosques. And our daughters will not submit to an ideology which tells them they are second-class citizens in their own land. It does not make me a racist to say these things. It makes me a patriot. Someone stays silent because of fear. They allow another young girl to be raped by a migrant. They allow another grandmother to be arrested for a Facebook post. And they allow our future children to grow up in a land where Sharia law will be the law of the land. We can never accept this as a new normal. So, while they still allow us to speak the truth, we need to start having uncomfortable conversations, just like Charlie Kirk did with those around us who have been brainwashed by the mainstream media. Because guess what? They will not be spared. This is the last chance we have to take our countries back. If we do not fight back, we will not have Europe within one generation. So, our time is now. The time of being on the sidelines is over. We will make Europe, Europe again. Thank you, God bless you, and God save the West.
Hi, my voice is back, my voice is back. I forgot, I was meant to say a thank you to my coach, my lawyer from the United States, but also to thank Athena Bitcoin. I've got lots of thank yous to give, but Athena Bitcoin have helped us sponsor this event. I've been debanked by every single bank in this country, yeah? I have gone down the rabbit hole a little bit on Bitcoin, but anything that's decentralized that takes the power away from the banks is a benefit for our futures. So thank you to Athena Bitcoin for sponsoring this event. Let me tell you all something. Do you know, we had a condition on this demonstration that it has to end at 6 o'clock. But from what I understand at the minute, we've gone way over our time. But the police have said that your behaviour has been impeccable today. Did you know that the opposition have been causing mayhem all day? Let me tell you what happened in the last 48 hours. I will release recordings tomorrow. 48 hours ago, Westminster Council revoked our licence for this event. They attempted to make us clash with the Metropolitan Police Force once again. That's what they were trying to do. If we didn't have speakers today, this could have descended into anarchy. That was their intention. In a meeting with police officers yesterday, I haven't slept really for 2 days, because 2 days ago we had no demonstration. In the meeting with the police, I explained to them, lads, they're trying to make us clash with each other. They've done this for a decade. They've made police officers clash with patriots. They have orchestrated it every time. And 2 days ago, they attempted to do the same again. Just so you all know, the Metropolitan Police Force had a decision to make. Do they enforce an order, to prevent our demonstration, or do they allow it? The police made the decision to not enforce Westminster Council's So, can every one of you today thank the police officers today for upholding our rights and not allowing the government to bring violence to the streets of our capital? For too long, decent police officers' reputations have been dragged through the mud, and every time it's politicians at the top making it happen. We're grateful it didn't happen this time. So lads and lasses, you've been very patient. This has been a long event, but is everyone having a good time? Shall we carry on then? We've got another singer here now. Listen again to the lyrics of the song. It's about fighting. We're all here today to fight against a corrupt establishment and a fake news media.
Wow. I was told to take my hat off when I step in someone's house, especially when I'm a guest. I'm from Canada. And I can tell you something, my brothers and sisters from Canada, we support you guys 100%. If something clearly doesn't pass the sniff test, you know what? We're never going to back down. We're never going to give up.
We're having some issues here.
If you guys can feel that energy here right now, that's love. That's love for one another, love for your country.
Bring myself onto screen a moment so you can see me.
Love for your friends.
Yeah, there's some issues going on, technical issues, so we're just looking at sorting that. So just bear with us a few moments.
Still fighting.
Just bear with us.
I'm alright, guys. There's something going on with my stream. It's gone off on my laptop. I'm going to take control of my phone. I don't know what's going on.
Right, okay. I'll sort it on my end.
I think we're back. It's alright. We're back. We're back. Sorry, guys. 1 second. I do apologise.
So, guys, if anyone doesn't know who this is on the screen, it is Marty Blackburn.
That was very annoying.
He is a big guy on social media.
Right, we have just hit 2.1 million people watching live. Do you know how many people are watching Sky News? 9,000. Right, about a decade ago, I travelled to Poland, where I felt something that I'm feeling today. I felt pride, I felt power, as patriots took to the city to celebrate their independence. And I sat down with a politician who invited me. He said, Tommy, they hate you in your country. Come to our country. We welcome you. And it was such a strange experience to get that from a politician. That's a politician who's now become my friend, a man who many of you would have seen, a man that I respect. Let's see who's next.
Polish nation rejected your ideas of leftism, so you have lost 7 times.
0. Illegal immigration, none.
Not even one will come to Poland. Not even one if it's illegal. You can be called populists, nationalists, racists. I don't care. I care about my family and about my country.
It's Dominic Zero Trzynski.
Raise your voices, Lions! Raise your voices! How are you? How do you feel? Do you feel united? Do you feel strong? Do you feel that we can make it? So send them back! What? Send them back! Let them hear you at the Westminster. Let them hear you in the Westminster. And let them hear you around the world. Over 2 million people watching us now live on Tommy's X. Let's say thank you to Elon for freeing the bird. Thank you, Elon. Come on, Elon! Elon! Elon!
See, we're having problems with the stream again now. Just bear with me in touch. I will have a look round, see if there's a... I think it's coming back on actually. Just bear with me a touch. It should be back in a second.
I told you not to come to this. Sit up.
I'm outside.
Sit up. They're fucking kettling
I know, but I'm not in the main thing.
No,
we got. I'm not in the main part of it.
Hey, one second. Hold this down. And by the way, how are you doing?
Guys, don't worry. Don't worry, girlfriend's here. I'm in trouble already.
They rushed us in my.
I'm in trouble already. That's it.
My brand new trainers.
What the
That's
fuck?
fucking old Bill's.
I'm done chasing them.
I'm sure they broke two of my platforms.
Okay. I didn't go to the main thing. I didn't want it. I started on the other side. What's the problem? Why give me shit?
I've been all over the place.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm telling my chat, girlfriend, just send me a message. I can't use my phone. Oh. You okay, girlfriend? Nice to see you. I missed you, man. I'm seeing you. Amazing. My girlfriend destroys my equipment within 1 minute.
No.
Not the 100,000.
So it looks like there's some issues on the other side, London side. So I'm just checking a few different streams out, and it seems like they're all pretty much the same.
We do support you.
We got you back anyway.
We want our continent back. And we want to be a European family. With you. With the British Lions. Raise up your colors. Raise up your colors. Look. Show it. Show it to the world how proud you are. There you go. So my message to you is very clear. Be brave. Fight for your country. We are not silent majority anymore. We are majority, but not silent anymore. You will decide about your future. You will decide about the future of Europe. Great Britain. Make it great again. And remember about Polish guys who fought for this country during the Second World War. Give them a round of applause and respect. Let the world know that our Christian civilization built this beautiful continent, that we love it. We fought for it. We died for it.
There were so many people telling me, do not go. Charlie was killed. There will be a attack. This is our duty to be here. It's time for brave men. It's time to stop wearing dresses. We have to put an armor. And these are not just words. I'm leaving you with a very strong message. Be a man. Protect your family. Protect your children. Be responsible for this time on the planet. And be brave. Fight for your country. And if ever anyone would ask you, what is your position on illegal migrants? Is zero. Thank you very much. God bless you. And round of applause to my friend Tommy.
On Poland. You know, what is the answer to the cancer of the mainstream media? Citizen journalism. All of you here, there's 170 citizen journalists. Many people here, I'd love to give a nod to every one of you, but many people here in this country wouldn't have seen the truth of what happened in Epping without one certain citizen journalist. So let's show our appreciation to all of them. But Adam Brooks is here somewhere. Where are you, Adam? Adam! He doesn't know though, look. Come on. Come on. All right. Show your appreciation for Adam Brooks' citizen journalism. Open everyone's eyes to what's happening.
This is very unexpected. Look, I just want to say one thing. I'm here for my children. Free speech.
That's the eyes I can get the volume up. It's okay.
And one thing I want to say. Save our kids. Save our kids. Save our kids. Save our kids. Thank you very much.
Right, next speech now. When I was in prison in 2017 or 18, it's been a few times, a certain politician who leads a political party in Belgium flew to London to speak up and demand my freedom. He's up next, Philip de Winnaar from Vlams Belang. Philip.
Hello, London. I'm not standing here because I'm a politician. I stand here because I'm a friend of Tommy Robinson. And we have to understand one thing. Tommy Robinson is not an ordinary English guy from Luton. He's a legend. He is bigger than life because he's a symbol of our struggle for freedom, for democracy, and for freedom of speech. And that's why I'm standing here today. Because we are all Tommy Robinson. We are all Charlie Kirk. We are all Pim Fortuyn. All those people who have been persecuted, who have been killed because of their beliefs, because they fight for their family, because they fight for their children, because they fight for their country, because they fight for their traditions, because they fight for our future, for our European civilization. Dear friends, let me ask you one question. At what time London became Pakistan. At what time, at what moment Europe becomes North Korea? The answer is simple. London becomes Pakistan and Europe becomes North Korea the moment our authorities don't respect the freedom of speech anymore. And let's be clear, freedom of speech is under threat because we live in a so-called multicultural society. Mass immigration and multiculturalism are the Trojan horse of Islam. And Islam is the most dangerous thing for our society ever. It's a threat for the freedom of speech. It's a threat for the equality between man and woman. It's a threat for the separation between the church and the state. It's a threat for all of us. It's a threat for our children. It's a threat for what we stand for. Liberty, Europe, England, our kingdom. Dear friends, therefore, the conclusion is very clear. Diversity, multiculturalism, and freedom of speech is not compatible. It has to be clear that Islam is our real enemy. We have to get rid of Islam. Islam doesn't belong to Europe. Islam doesn't belong to the UK. And the answer is simple. Stop the boats and send them back. Send them back. Send them back. Dear friends, we have to be clear about what we want and where we stand for. Our fundamental freedoms are curtailed not because we are racists. We are no racists. We are realists. And because we are realists, we will never tolerate Islamic colonization of Europe. Europe has to stay Europe and belongs to the Europeans, not to the North Africans, not to the Muslims, not to the Africans. And there is only one response to the prosecution, the intimidation, and the silencing. Organize the resistance and fight back, because we will not be silenced, we will not bend, we will never give in, and we will take our countries and Europe back. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening.
Are we good, United Kingdom? This is a song that was written 200 years ago by a great British poet. It talks about this land being built on the solid rock that is Jesus Christ.
So we're here, and listen, it's going crazy, guys, but I'll just let everybody know that it is going to be the final couple of speeches now. We have got the best stream going, and we will be switching to the aftermath after this ends. Stay with us. It's the biggest stream ever. Let's smash it.
And these enemies in Parliament,
Good.
enemies in the mainstream media. And on that solid rock, we will win this battle. We will finish victorious. This song is special to this nation, and we want to sing it in one voice. Jerusalem, Sister Star.
And did those feet in ancient time walk upon England's mountain green? And was the holy Lamb of God in England's pleasant pasture seen? And mid that countenance divine shine Bring me my bow of burning gold. Bring me my arrows of desire. Bring me my spear of clouds and gold. Bring me my chariot of fire. I will not cease from men to fight, nor shall my soul sleep in my head, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land.
Come on, England! Wave your flags in the air! Wave your flags in the air! This is our country! We are taking it back!
Standards.
Bring me my ball!
Not cease from men to fight, nor shall my soul sleep in my head, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land.
Wave those flags! Wave those crosses! This is our nation! We will not surrender! We are taking it back!
Does London need a strong new leader? A man that's not going to bend his knee. A man that's going to stand up for every one of you. A man that served our nation. Hopefully you're looking at London's next mayor.
We're called the thinking soldier because we don't just run in and headlessly do the job. We think about what needs to be done. There's no easy way of building up a special forces operator. There's no shortcuts to it. Fighting wars and being in a combat zone is not a joke.
Yes, London! Wow. The energy, the British pride is absolutely off the scale. And when it comes to the backbone of this country, I'm looking at it right now. Woo! For those who don't know me, my name is Ant Middleton, your future Mayor of London. Now, I walk through London on multiple occasions, and what I see in London, I see British culture, but I don't feel it. I haven't felt it for years. However, today, walking past Big Ben, looking at the flags, looking at you lot, I felt that British pride, British culture at the very forefront because of you lot. It's because of us British patriots that I felt British culture come alive today in London than I've felt in a very, very long time. Something we must not let the establishment eradicate. Our British culture, we should be proud of it, and it is right in front of me. It's us, it's you. Now, a lot of people ask what British culture is. British culture is British history. It's our rich history. It's our heritage. We should be extremely proud of that. Do not let anyone take that away from you. With every culture, or more or less every culture, A religion is attached to it. With our British culture, it's Christianity. We are a Christian country. We adhere to Christian values, principles, and morals. And you don't have to be religious to know that they're just, they're right, they're fair. And we must not let that be taken over by another ideology or another religion. We are not, and I will say this again, we are not a multicultural country. We are a British cultured country. With a multicultural society. Very important that you realize that. The umbrella culture is British culture. If you want to come in, if you want to integrate, if you want to fit in, then accept our British cultured umbrella, which is based on Christian values, principles, and morals. For too long, it's been taken away from us. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. Who remembers back at school when you sat down in assembly and you got your hymn book out and you started singing off the hymn book? When a night one is Spurs, keep oil in my lamp. I didn't know what I was singing about, but I knew it brought us together. I knew it was establishing that British identity in us. And that's very important. That's been taken out of our schools. Christmas. We can't even fucking celebrate Christmas nowadays without offending someone. Christmas is our Christian values, morals, and identity. Celebrate it with pride. That's super important. And I can announce, and I will announce, that I will be running for Mayor of London in May 2028. And I will be running independently for you. Not for any political party, but for the people. I will be your voice. I will be there to action stuff. I will be there to keep you safe. And I will be there so you can have that unity, so you can go about your business, concentrate on your family, and concentrate on what's important. When it comes to safety and security, I know my stuff. Trust me. Being in the special forces and protecting my country, seeing how it operates, I know exactly what needs to be done. And that will be my priority as Mayor of London, to make this city one of the safest cities in the world within my first term. And I will achieve it, mark my words. The Mayor of London position was never meant to be a political position. It has been politicised. That's why I'm running independent. I will take the politics out of London. I will take politics out of our police force. Our police force has been compromised and is being used as a political tool. I will stop that straight away. We will function under our British cultured umbrella. We will adhere to the boundaries of that umbrella. Doesn't matter who you are, we will make sure that you adhere to it. You will also be sheltered by our umbrella. By all means, come in, fit in, integrate, and you will be welcomed. However, go against it and we will force you out. As simple as that. If you are here illegally, you will be forced out. If you are hostile against our way of life, against our British culture, we will force you out. And we will start in the very core, the crown jewel of England, London. I must wrap up now. Time is calling, and they're going to pull the plug on us. But today marks a monumental day of unity. Look, when everyone comes together, British pride, British culture, in the heart of our England, in the heart of our capital.
It is phenomenal. I'm feeling it. And you guys, honestly, have reinstalled my faith in what a backbone is. Because it's right in front of me. Now I'm going to show you a quick video. A quick video is going to be shown. I will be running independently. I need your support. I will be running for you and you only. I need your support. But remember, we're here to fight for our country, to fight for our capital, and to fight for one another. Never, ever forget that. If we can put 2 to 3 million people in our capital city today, just imagine what we can do when the time comes, if it comes. London, you're amazing. British Patriots, I fucking love you.
So, as I told you, we've exceeded our time. We're going to make an appeal to the organisers. We're speeding it up. We want it to be safe. When we do leave here, we leave via Victoria. We know we've exceeded our time. We've got some people who are here who have travelled from far. We won't be long, okay? We're nearly there. Now, there was a terrorist attack a few years ago in London. And our government tell us to run and hide if there's an attack. When has it ever been the British way to run and hide? Never. In Israel, when there's a terrorist attack, they don't run and hide. They run towards the attacker. For those of you watching this at home, there's a football club in England called Millwall. They have quite a reputation. Their song is "No One Likes Us, We Don't Care." When a terrorist started stabbing and murdering British citizens, one British man, he didn't run away. He started fighting. So today, we're going to recognise that man. Roy Larner, this is a tribute to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dominic Frisby, and this is the Ballad of Roy Larner. No one likes us. No one likes us. No one likes us. We don't care. There was a bloke called Roy who liked to watch the football, a classic Cockney boy. His team, well, that was Millwall, old school and traditional.
Cheers, everyone.
And working class.
How's the green screen going? Looks all right, doesn't it? It works. It works.
No one likes us. No one likes
Cheers,
us.
Patriot.
No one likes us. We don't care. 3 jihadis in a van ran people on the pavement. They took their knives and ran to nearby bars and restaurants, slashed out everywhere. Their mission to destroy, panic, death, despair. And that's when they met Roy.
Who?
They said, Allahu Akbar. He said, fuck you, I'm Millwall. They said, Allahu Akbar. He said, fuck you, I'm Millwall. They stabbed him in his lung and leg. They slashed him in his neck and head. But he fought on and now they're dead. Last thing they heard was what he said. Fuck you, I'm Millwall. The Lion of London Bridge never got no medal, but we know what he did. He took on the devil, risked his life and limb. No weapons or no armor, we owe a debt to him. His name,
Come on, guys.
It is Roy Larner. As their souls were emerging, they heard "Fuck you, I'm Millwall," and to heaven was surging. They got "Fuck you, I'm Millwall," slowly submerging. "Fuck you, I'm Millwall." Then 72 virgins all said "Fuck you, we're Millwall."
Please. Just saying.
No one likes us. No one likes us. But you need us.
This guy's crazy. Wow.
That was very unexpected, folks. Very unexpected, but it is what it is. Yeah, I know I messed up with the mirror the screen. Let's listen to Tommy.
We see scumbags getting knighthoods. Do you know what they done to Roy Larner? He took on terrorists. They stabbed him. They murdered people in front of him. And then he was arrested and put on a counter-terrorism course because he said something wrong about Islam. After. Now we're gonna have to skip quite a lot of this because we have run out of time. This lady's come from America. Valentina. Gotta become quick.
England belongs to the English. And I proclaim the name of Jesus Christ over the United Kingdom and every Christian nation across the world, because there is only one true King, and his name is Jesus Christ.
My face is getting in the way of the video, so I'm going to knock it off for a minute, folks.
They took your guns, they took your swords, and they raped your women. You have nothing else to lose, but there's still hope. You are still the majority. So you either fight for this nation or you let all of these rapists, Muslims, and corrupt politicians take over. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm 26 years old. I put my life on the line to fight against Islam, Democrats, and illegals, and I need you to fight as well to protect.
Thank you, people.
I'm protecting the American way of life. I need you to protect the British way of life right here in England.
Joined the stream tonight, this evening. Do make sure you
and to the police officers,
thumbs up.
Thank you for being here today.
Appreciation.
But I need you to stop following orders because you know you are being told to look the other way while your country is being raped into submission. And Keir Starmer, you're the biggest pedophile protector in history.
Keir Starmer, you're a wanker.
And God is watching, and you will pay for what you've done to England. Christ is King, ladies and gentlemen. Christ is King. Christ is King. Christ is King. Christ is King. King. Christ is King. Christ is King. Christ is King. It's either now or never, because if these rapist Muslims take over, they will not only rape your women, they will behead your sons, just like they did on October 7th in Israel. So we either fight now or we die. And we're fighters. We are warriors of Jesus Christ. And in the words of the great Charlie Kirk, Islam is the sword that the left is using to destroy Christian nations and to destroy every Christian nation across the world. So do not make peace with evil. Destroy it. And we need a new prime minister that has guts and that's going to stand up for the British and send all of these rapist Muslims and dirty rugs back to their Sharia nations. And after what they did to Charlie Kirk, debate time is over. So I will get to the United States Congress and we will finish what Charlie Kirk started. So help me God. Thank you. God bless England. God bless the United States of America. God bless Charlie Kirk's family. And Christ is King.
Right, we've got two people who are just quickly talking. We're not going to have the ending, and we'll give you another day. Do you want to do this again? We're going to get the speakers up. I'm sorry, lads, they've travelled from other countries. There'll be 2 minutes, yeah? Gary, come on. And
Right, I've got 2 minutes. That's all I've got. But where do you start with 2 minutes? Anyway, first thing I'll do is pay tribute to all you guys out there. You've been absolutely magnificent. I'm just going to talk about two people, Keir Starmer and Sadiq Khan. They're an absolute disgrace to this country. They make my blood boil. The reason I'm here today was I met with Tommy and I said, I just got to get it out of my system.
What country is
I
it come from,
literally
guys?
could
It sounds
throw
very
a
British
brick
to
through
me.
my television every time Keir Starmer comes on or Sadiq Khan comes on. They're two of the worst people I've ever known in my history of being in business. Been in business for 52 years, building an engineering solution provider to the aerospace and defense industries. And how magnificent that's been. We're supplying our armed forces with equipment. And you know what? I raise my mic to the armed forces and all of you here who are part of it. Right, I think I'm probably going to have to go because we haven't got time, but I've just got one thing. This is my long-suffering wife of 3 weeks and 1 day.
Well, yeah, he's doing all right for himself,
We're
isn't
still
he?
together.
Yeah. You must have a big bank
Thank
balance.
you, everyone. If you could be up here and see the view we've got with those flags and national pride, it's absolutely amazing. Thank you, everyone from London, everyone from Great Britain.
Right, we've got these lads have turned up to speak. Unfortunately, the council can come down on the organisers. We have a good relationship, so lads, I'm sorry, man. We're going to have to end it here,
Young Bob
which
on
means
stage.
I'm sorry.
Young Bob's
I
on
feel
stage.
bad. We don't want any trouble. There's a load of riot police out the back. Right? Thank you, everyone who's turned up here today. Thank you.
What was that budget or whatever his name? I can't remember.
Thank you.
Oh, Young Bob, we're going to get to speak on stage, man.
We're going to have to come back and finish
Oh,
this
that's
off.
the Australian guy with the banner.
Lads, we're planning already the next event. Unite the Kingdom, unite the West. London has been chosen as the battleground.
What's the date, Tommy?
Go to the web. We have a website, utk.events. We'll keep you updated with the next day.
Put in the link.
Thank you.
You've
Impeccably behaved.
Okay, it means
You've
me
embarrassed them. And lads, as I said, young Bob, you've all followed young Bob. Let's hear it for him. Carl Benjamin, everyone, let's hear it for Carl Benjamin. He's been around since the start. Andrew Bridgen, the only MP.
Andrew Bridgen,
the only one. And Billboard Chris, who's travelled here from Canada.
Canada, so I'm sorry.
Right, everyone, we'll end it on Jerusalem. So then, as we're leaving, yeah. Can you only? You can only, lads. That's right.
He's done really well to only miss out on 4 speakers. I mean, these things will
Right,
very
everyone,
long.
as we leave, we'd ask that everyone leaves via Victoria. Once again, thank the police. We've overstayed our time, but we're very grateful for the way this has been policed and the day we've had. Yeah. So now we'll as we leave in an orderly fashion to the most beautiful tune of Jerusalem.
Yes, that's better. Let's go.
I do just want to say, guys, I apologize about this being the wrong way around. When I set up this live this morning, before I mirrored it, it said it was the wrong way around. It looked to me, but it was supposed to be my bad.
Via Victoria. And thank the police on the way out, everyone. Yeah, cheers.
This streaming was a learning curve for me. At least for future efforts, I know how to do it properly.
I'm just changing over the stream, so I have got another one here which I'm watching at the moment in the background. So this is basically it's with the police at the moment. Yeah, I've dropped the volume down a little bit there, so it's not quite as loud. Yeah, I'll have a look round though, see what other videos are about, other streams. Hope you've all enjoyed today. Hope you've all enjoyed the stream today. I will try and do this more often, do some more streams, and find out more of this kind of thing that's going on, and stream it for you guys. So if you've not done already, guys, do follow me. Do subscribe to the channel. Do smash a thumbs up before you leave. If you're just do subscribe to the channel. It's a big help. And thank you very much to all the mods in. Thank you very much for joining. Cheers.
the freedom to choose when you work, where you work, and
they're pushing to the black phone box. He just said it. The black phone box they're pushing to, that one, I reckon. Any minute now. Yeah, look, they're getting ready. They're gonna go, mate, to that black phone box. Well, he's there, look. He's there. Push him. Back. Fuck you. What are you doing? Piggy cunt. Piggy cunt. Hey, don't that. Scum. Fuck, he's not going down to this. He's going down to this. I'm not pushing him over there. Who did that? Stop, guys. We're going to our protest. We're back on the rest of the day. I'm not pushing back.
Squeeze through here if I can. Sorry.
things are being thrown, and they need to be able to take a bit of a leeway, right? Push into the black phone box. He just said it. He just said it. The black phone box said push into that one, I reckon. Any minute now. Yeah, look, they're getting ready. They're gonna go, mate, to that black phone box. Where? He's there, look. He's there.
Squeeze through here if I can. Sorry.
pushing to the black phone box. He just said it. The black phone box they're pushing to that one, I reckon. Any minute now. Yeah, look, they're getting ready. They're gonna go, mate, to that black phone box. Whoa, he's there, look. He's there. Over there. Move them back. Stop, guys. We're going to our protest. We're back to the rest of the thing. I'm not pushing back.
Introducing the new Harry's Plus, a tour de force to contour the face.
Got to get all the cuts backs, right? Because things have been thrown, and they need to be able to hit a bit of a leeway, right? Shelter, get underneath. Catch your head. pushing to the black phone box. He just said it. The black phone box they're pushing to, that one, I reckon. Any minute now. Yeah, look, they're getting ready. They're gonna go, mate, to that black phone box. Well, he's there, look. He's there. Push him. Back. Fuck you. What are you doing? Piggy cunt. Piggy cunt. Hey, don't that. Scab. Fucking stop going down this. I'm not pushing him over there. Move them back. Stop, guys. We're going to our protest. We're fucking the rest of them. I'm not pushing back.
Squeeze through here if I can. Sorry.
This is live footage, guys. It's live from London at the moment. I'm re-streaming it. Just letting you know. I am here, I am watching. I'm not just leaving the computer and recording. I am actually sat here watching the streams on. Do smash a thumbs up for me, guys, and subscribe if you've not. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the sub and the likes on the stream. I much appreciate it very much. Thank you very much for that. And to anyone who does it for the future, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it is live. Shark plays. Yeah, it is live in London. I'm already streaming there. But yeah, the footage is actually live.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore, and it works.
Yeah, the problem here, obviously, know your neighbour. Hello. Yeah. What was I going to say? Yeah, it's a problem when you're watching footage, whether it's live or not, on YouTube. You still get the glitch. Definitely. Do appreciate you all being here. I'll have a look round as well soon and see what else we're doing. Unless you're happy to keep watching this. We're all still here, so I suspect you're happy watching. Yeah, it's live, Dan. Yes, it is live. I'm restreaming it myself, but yes, it is live. That may be because of my my internet. I'm not using my main computer to. Well, I am using my main computer, but yeah, I'm not directly plugged into Ethernet, so to be slight lag. Yeah, we'll just say a few minutes. Yeah, understandable. I do appreciate you being on here. Thank you very much for being here tonight, this afternoon with me. Thank you. Yeah, the idea obviously is that the police are not obviously moving, it's just crowd control, making sure people stay in the same place and don't exactly move the crowds too much. Yeah, crowd control. Yeah, we keep losing big There's one with noise.
They're pushing to the black phone box. He just said it. The black phone box they're pushing to, that one, I reckon. Any minute now. Yeah, look, they're getting ready. They're gonna go, mate, to that black phone box. Where? He's there, look. He's there. The police like this, and then the police arrest them or whatever, or disperse them, and they say, oh, there's a balloon, don't act like a dick to start off with. Simple, isn't it? I'm just eating my tea at the moment. Could be pie, yeah, I know. So, quite frustrating when you see people like that. Yeah, no problems, Jackie. Have a good one, Jackie. Take care. Thanks for joining. Seriously, the police literally beat him unconscious earlier.
definitely be a miracle if everyone goes home and yeah, nothing happens. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't kick off.
And they need to be able to get a bit of leeway, right?
I hope it doesn't, because obviously, yeah. I hope it doesn't, but I won't be surprised. How about that? Is the audio any better there? We'll just change the settings slightly. Just see if no one says anything to me. I don't know anything, but yeah, thanks for pointing that out to me. Hopefully the volume's a bit better. What am I eating for tea? I'm actually having steak, egg chips with peas. Yeah, and it is sirloin. Thank you. Okay, that's good. At least you can hear me better now. Yeah, it definitely is yum. Definitely. Try to have a look round, see what. See if there's any other streams about. Yeah, yum because my baby made it. Yeah, definitely.
The fantastic new DIY kitchen showroom is now open. Explore over 50 full-size...
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted. So we've got Tommy in the crowd here. This is coming by the routers. I don't know if anyone knows what the routers are. They're media reporters, but they're only the first people who report anything. Then you'll have to go back on my video from earlier on. So when he was on stage talking, so Middleton, he did get up on stage and he was talking. Things he said, he is a full supporter of what's happening over here. Or supporting Tommy. Who knows? It's all politics and this, and you never know where to fully believe. But I think what's happened today with this, I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. I just hope this. We'll have to just see what the repercussions of it is. We're very wary of everyone. You just hope when people say things that they stick to the word rather than having an MP in the country that says things and does things differently.
Pushing to the black phone box. He just said it. The black phone box they're pushing to that one, I reckon. Any minute now. Yeah, look, they're getting ready. They're gonna go, mate, to that black phone box. Where? He's there, look. you. Fuck you. What are you doing? Piggy cunt. Piggy cunt. Scum. I'm not pushing over there. Move them back. Stop guys from going to our protest. I'm not pushing back.
Squeeze through here if I can. Sorry.
Yeah, I have changed the stream, but it's coming from routers now. Yeah, I will have a look. It was the stream I was playing was live. However, it cut off. Let me just look around, see if I can find another stream for you. I do want to get a live stream. Yeah, let me just look. Won't be mine.
Pushing to the black phone box. He just said it. The black phone box they're pushing to that one, I reckon. Any minute now. Yeah, look, they're getting ready. They're gonna go, mate, to that black phone box. Where? He's there, look.
This is a scam, isn't it? I've heard about these. You're not my daughter, you're an AI. Nationwide has a scam checker service. If their customers are worried about making a payment, they can call any time and someone will check if it's legitimate. But that one definitely works.
Scam checker from Nationwide.
Oh, so nice.
A good way to beat scams. A good way to bank. The second one is report the greater of the silver. Zip. Of course, the backdrop to all of this is these anti-immigration protests that we have seen, those rising tensions across the UK. And so this incident, we know there have been a kind of steady stream of these hate crimes being reported alleged.
Push him. Back. Fuck you. What are you doing? Piggy fun. Piggy fun. Over there. Move them back. Stop, guys. We're going to our protest. We're back on the rest of the day. I'm not pushing back.
We're just going to transfer this one a moment. Damn, where's it just gone? When you had a stream to go on and then realise. Let's start that one again for a moment. That's from earlier today. I'm just looting. I did have one then. It's vanished. Looking round. Looking. France isn't under the same, having the same problem at the moment as well. Unfortunately, so that's from earlier today. That's earlier today. Yeah, obviously I've noticed. And I'm thinking this maybe from earlier today. I'm just looking around at different streams at the moment, and I'm just struggling to find one that's actually live. There is one here. I'll try it.
Okay.
So we'll put that on there. Hopefully it doesn't go off. I bet they've just ended the stream. Just my luck. Yeah, they just come back on here in a moment. I'm just looking around. Legend. Definitely a bot. Right, so not there. We'll try again. We'll start at the top and just go through them again. So not that one, not that one. Marriages on alerts. No. Let's see what this is about.
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Thank you. You said that we're facing a massive and unprecedented highest number in Europe per capita of the population. Are you willing to acknowledge that this is an international phenomenon, that Britain is much less affected than many other countries, and that there are millions of people in the UK that want to provide refuge to those who may be killed in their home countries?
In 2015, the boat started crossing the Mediterranean. Jean-Claude Juncker, who at the time was the President of the European Commission, announced that the EU would put in place a common refugee and asylum policy for the European Union. And I was there through all of it. And I spoke repeatedly in parliamentary debates. And I said, if you allow anyone that sets foot across the Mediterranean to stay in the European Union, millions will come. Do not make this fundamental mistake. Of course, they did. And one of the reasons for voting Brexit was to prevent that catastrophic mistake that was made by the European Union, compounded by Angela Merkel in the most astonishing and stupid way. One of the reasons for Brexit was to get ourselves away from that necessary obligation, in that a few years in a European country, they become European citizens, they could come to Britain. So I've been right about this from the very start, singularly, alone, right about this from the very start. If you make it easy for people to come, they will come. It's just as simple as that. And it is, to a deep regret of everybody, especially 17.4 million Brexit voters and many, many more, that despite the fact we've got back control of our lives, we've actually not bothered to use it properly. We should not be paying for the mistakes of the European Union. Esme Kenny from the Oxford Mail.
Thank you. Esme Kenny, Oxford Mail.
Yes.
So we're not far away from Campsfield House, which is a detention centre which closed in 2018. The current government have said that they want to reopen and expand the site. What would a reform government do about Campsfield House, and how would it respond to the backlash that reopening the site has faced from local residents and the district council?
Yeah, I mean, look, nobody wants a hotel near them. Nobody wants an HMO near them. No one wants a detention centre around them. Well, at the moment, they've got lots of them all over the country. And I'm not going to be drawn. I'm not going to be drawn. I'm aware of the problem, of course. I'm not going to be drawn on the specifics of any individual geographical location. Because if we were to do that and present it as a plan, what the government would probably do is sell off the site and turn it into a solar farm. So we're going to keep...
It's true. It's actually true.
Well, why not, I suppose, you know. So no, we're not going to go into individual specific geographies. Certainly not at this stage. Okie dokie. Alexa from The Guardian.
Thank you. Elisa Addy from The Guardian.
Misspelled, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. Your plan promises mass deportations at a cost of £10 billion over 5 years, yet the Centre for Migration Control, which is led by your former colleague Rupert Lowe, proposed a near identical plan at a cost of around £47.5 billion. So why do you believe you can deliver the same scale of deportations for less than a fifth of that price?
Because Zia's really good at maths. Okay, right, now, the last question. The last question of this conference goes to David Burke of the Daily Mirror. This is the last one. David, where are you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Farage. Last year you said that Judeo-Christian values were at the root of everything in this country. You've previously called for a muscular defence of Christianity. We saw under the Tories, the Church of England bishops were probably among the most vocal critics of the Rwanda plan when it came to the Lords. It seems, frankly, ludicrous that they'd fall behind sending people to the Taliban, to Eritrea, to Iran and so forth. If you found yourself in a position where senior Christian leaders opposed the plans on moral grounds, are you prepared to say, I don't care, and do it anyway? And if so, isn't there a hypocrisy built into that?
Well, look, I mean, you know, whoever the Christian leaders are at any given point in time, I think over the last decades, quite a few of them have been rather out of touch, perhaps with their own flock. Given the types of people appointed to be the Archbishop of Canterbury, that's probably the biggest understatement of the day. We believe that what we're offering is right and proper. And we believe for a political party that was founded around the slogan of family, community, country, that we are doing right by all of those things with these plans we put forward today. Somebody else asked me a moment ago about the pressures from the establishment that we'll face. Yes, of course there'll be pressures from the establishment. Of course there'll be condemnation from all sorts of parts of society. But no big, fundamental change that advances people's lives ever comes without a battle against the establishment, a battle against the existing interests, as Zia mentioned a moment ago, the human rights industry, etc. Some of this will be hard, but that's why we have to get a proper mandate for it at an election, and it's why I believe that as a result of what we're doing today, the general centre of gravity of this debate will move considerably between now and the next general election. And I think a lot of people who maybe now are criticised, I've noticed actually one or two commentators, you know, who would have been, even a handful of years ago, would have said really quite vicious things in their commentaries about these proposals, are now saying, well, you know what, actually, you know, I can't walk down the King's Road and wear jewellery anymore. You know, something fundamentally is going wrong. This feeling that we're living in broken Britain. And this is, of course, but one part of broken Britain, but it's the most visible part, and it's the part that is leading to the greatest anger in the country. Right, can I say thank you very much indeed, everybody?
Thank you very much, Mr. Farage. Your plans could mean sending thousands of asylum seekers back to countries where they might face imprisonment, torture, even death. Does that bother you at all? And what happens if countries refuse to take people back?
Does it bother me? Of course, it bothers me, but what really bothers me is what is happening on the streets of our country. What really bothers me is what is happening to British citizens. What really bothers me is, and you've seen this from the Bell Hotel onwards, the growing concern with justifiable evidence that women and girls are far less safe on the streets than they were before this began. So it's all about whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? Are you on the side of the British people or international treaties? Now, we're countries, and I think Zia laid that out, that it's going to be a carrot and stick approach to it, but if we can't get deals with certain countries, then we think this country has considerably more muscle, diplomatic muscle, than perhaps those in Westminster currently recognise, then we will have to find other locations. And, you know, we're going to be talking to Albania, we'll talk to Rwanda, we will find solutions. Catherine Foster from GB News.
Thank you, Catherine Foster, GB News. Nigel Farage, last September you told GB News that it was a political impossibility to deport hundreds of thousands of people and that you simply couldn't do it. What has changed your mind that you now believe that you can?
The political impossibility was deporting millions and millions of people, and that's where the argument had gone. We had a situation, a political difficulty within Reform UK. This does happen to parties. They do have difficulties and problems. We had a problem that one of our MPs, who's no longer an MP, was talking about deporting entire communities, including people who've been born here. And frankly, we found that unacceptable. And so I just did not want, I think you can quote me for another interview, to get dragged down the route of mass deportations at that stage. We have sorted out that political internal difficulty that we had, and since that time, the work has been done on a credible plan so that we can deport hundreds of thousands of people over the 5 years of a Reform government. Thank you. Harry Horton, ITV.
Thank you very much. Harry Horton, ITV News. Nigel Farage, you've said that you can't be held responsible for everything that happens in the world. But if someone says that if you deport me, I'll be tortured, I'll face abuse, surely there is some responsibility on you to stop that from happening. And secondly, if I may, how far back does this go? Where do you draw the line? You say you're going to deport everyone who's arrived here illegally. What are the parameters for that?
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, how far back you go with this is the difficulty, and I accept that. You know, and the next question that Zia and I will get asked is, what about those that are here illegally and have got children? So, you know, I'm not standing here telling you all of this is easy, all of this is straightforward. You know, and we had, of course, with the Windrush row, we had a situation there where people who'd come 50, 60, in fact, nearly 70 years ago had faulty paperwork. So there is an exercise of common sense that has to come in here. But do we realistically think, Zia, we can deport 500,000, 600,000 people in the lifetime of the first Parliament?
Totally, yeah. I mean, so look, one of the key points to make here is if you look at the population who are illegally, and by the way, this is difficult because you're trying to count the uncountable almost by definition. You're talking north of 650,000 adults without children who are in this country illegally. And by the way, those are the ones the British people are most concerned about. They're the ones who in some cases are terrorising local communities, hanging around bus shelters. Let's start with deporting them. Let's get that done promptly and efficiently.
Yeah, and of course, once we start this, people will not in future be coming to Britain illegally. The precedent for this is Australia in 2012, where within 2 weeks of Tony Abbott taking the right actions, the boats stopped coming from Indonesia. The solution to this is not difficult. It's been the lack of political will to put in measure the right places is why we're now in this position where, as I said earlier,
Wix, one platform, any website, unlimited creation.
And growing anger. Serena Bankin-Singh from Sky.
You've said that you're going to detain anyone who arrives via small boats. Will that apply to women and girls? And what about unaccompanied children? Will they remain in Britain while their parents are turfed out? And then you said you would leave the UN Torture Convention. Australia and the US haven't done this. Are you comfortable of the risk of people being killed or tortured if they're sent back to their country of origin? And will pulling out of these international treaties lose UK credibility on the international stage?
Well, we're talking about disapplying for up to 5 years a variety of conventions that do need broader debate and certainly at a UN level need reform and change. As far as the ECHR is concerned, we're very much of the view that it's a body that they say is separate from the European Union, but you know, I could walk from my office in Strasbourg straight into the European Court of Human Rights. They're joined at the hip. I don't see any prospect, frankly, in the short term of the ECHR being reformed. Now, you might argue that Germany, who now, of course, have a whole series of deportation flights set up, you might argue that Denmark, which now has a zero asylum policy, you might argue that, well, if those countries can do it, why can't we do it? But, of course, the problem has been our own judiciary. We have to remove the tools from our own judiciary for them to be a barrier to this process. And yes, women and children, everybody on arrival will be detained. And I've accepted already that how we deal with children is a much more complicated and difficult issue. But you know what? The people protesting outside the Bell Hotel and at 30 migrant hotels on Saturday around the country weren't doing it because of the few children coming. They were doing it because over 3/4 of those that come are young, undocumented males who come from cultures that are entirely different from ours, who are very unlikely to assimilate into our community, who pose a risk to women and girls, and some of them, I'm afraid, pose a risk to national security. So that's pretty clear, I think, what our priorities are. Paul McNamara, Channel 4.
Hi, Mr. Farage. There is a realistic possibility that if you go forward with this, there might be a case where someone arrives in the UK by a small boat, you send them back to the country from which they came, and they will be tortured or killed because of a decision that you've made. How does that sit with you?
Well, the alternative, of course, is to do nothing. I mean, that's the very clear alternative, is we just do nothing. We just allow this problem to magnify and grow. We head to a point where and I genuinely, I'm not, you know, I don't want this to happen. I want our proposals to be accepted so that we can prevent civil disorder from happening. But that is the direction this country is headed in. And we cannot be responsible for all the sins that take place around the world. It's just literally impossible. But we can recognise that the primary duty of a British government is to protect the integrity, the safety and security of its own people. And, you know, that's why we have to do this. I mean, Zia said in his speech that nothing short of these measures will work. And I think we all genuinely believe that. If we allow any loopholes to remain open with this, it isn't going to happen. You know, is this a perfect world? Are these things all that we want to do? Well, we shouldn't have been put in this position. Well, we've been put in this position by Conservative and Labour governments. We have to do something tough. We have to do something radical. And this is a plan that will work. Andy Bell, Channel 5 News.
Thank you, Andy Bell, 5 News. So if you're able to implement your policy, do you accept that that means border force agents going into towns, looking for people who are here illegally, maybe who already have families, maybe who already have children? And you mentioned Windrush earlier and say, well, this is slightly complicated. There are going to be any number of people who, as far as they're concerned, have been living in this country legally for years, who will then be very, very worried about what your party has in store for them. Are you not concerned about the sort of message you're sending out with all of that?
No, they won't have been living here legally, will they? They would have been living here illegally.
So, for instance, the people caught up in the Windrush episode, the whole point was that their situation was not clear, so would they be covered?
Windrush was a mess over paperwork. Yep, and I understand that. It's why I made mention of it earlier. Will Border Force be seeking out people who are here illegally, possibly many of them working in the criminal economy? Yes, It's what normal countries do all over the world. It's what normal countries do. I mean, what sane country? What sane country would allow undocumented young males to break into its country, to put them up in hotels? They even get dental care. How about that? Most people can't get an NHS dentist. This is not what normal countries do. We are talking about normality. And actually, the funny thing is, I'll say it once again, in the first Blair government, if you came here illegally, your feet didn't touch the sides. But it is this gradual drift. Ever since, really, I think, the Human Rights Act was incorporated into UK law, it's this gradual drift to just accepting that anything goes. Well, we're not accepting it, and I tell you what, there's a big silent majority out there who are not accepting it either, and they are crying out. They are desperate to have some leadership that's got some courage. They're desperate for a political party that can put forward people who genuinely will put the needs of the British people first. That is what government is supposed to do. Thank you. Christopher McCowan from the Press Association.
Thanks. Chris McKeon, PA. One of the countries you suggested sending people back to was Iran, a country which poses a national security risk to the UK and has attempted to kidnap and murder people in this country. What financial incentives are you suggesting you offer them to take deportees back?
Can I be clear that no young man from Iran who arrives by boat should be walking the streets of our country? Under no circumstances. Absolutely no way, never. That shouldn't be done. But actually, it's quite interesting that Germany now has this massive deportation flights going, including Iran, I think.
Well, what we're seeing, one thing I just want to very quickly make about when we're talking about returning people to Afghanistan or returning people potentially to Iran, or I was asked earlier today, would you send young women, would you send women back to Afghanistan? Well, what about the fact that men from Afghanistan, because it's predominantly men from Afghanistan and Iran are streaming across the channel illegally on almost a daily basis. In fact, sometimes they say, would you send them back to, quote, woman-hating Afghanistan? Well, why are British women being subjected? Because it's not the women who are coming. In fact, most estimates put the total population of women and young girls from Afghanistan in this country legally at less than 2,000. Less than 0.2% of the total illegal migration population. So these are totally bogus questions, frankly, and we should be talking about the much bigger issue about the safety of British women and girls.
Yep. Okay. I think one of the most interesting things about this press conference and about the media the last few days is the questions that are being asked about the practicalities of individual pieces of implementation. What I notice is very little pushback from the media against the idea that we really are in very, very big trouble in this country. And I think every one of you know. It was interesting. I thought Andrew Neil's piece in the Mail on Saturday was very reflective. I think everyone understands we have a massive problem here. We are not very far away from major civil disorder. And so I think the acceptance as a whole of the big picture that we're putting forward shows you that once again it's reform that are leading national debate. Noah Hoffman from The Sun.
Thank you, Ms Farage. Noah from The Sun. You were just mentioning there about this growing anger, this seething anger at Sir Keir Starmer for what some people think putting the human rights of foreign rapists above British families. But there's still around 4 years until another general election, and a lot of people will be feeling very helpless and like they want something to happen quicker than that time. So how would you recommend members of the public should put pressure on a Labour government to do more than just cite human rights laws and actually tackle this issue?
I think that one of the things I've learned over quite a long time in this game is that if you lead with arguments, if you get the public to follow you, the other politicians start to change their tune. And let's face it, this is a Labour government famed for its number of U-turns already. So I would urge everybody out there that's got a Labour MP to go to that MP and say to him or her, unless you get a grip on this, we will absolutely not be voting for you next time round and you will lose your seat. And if that happens on a big enough scale, I think it could be a remarkable effect of concentrating the mind. 4 years to the next election? Do you really think so? I think the 30-year bond market is giving us a somewhat different indication, particularly as we have a Chancellor of the Exchequer dubbed famously by my colleague Lee Anderson as Rachel from accounts, who is clearly desperately out of her depth. And actually, I'm not sure there's anybody in the cabinet that really has a clue how to turn around the economic downward spiral and possibly even fiscal doom loop that we're beginning to enter into. So they may not last quite as long as you think. Martin Beckford from the Mail.
Thank you very much. Martin Beckford from the Daily Mail. We know that Afghans make up the largest proportion of small boat crossings, about 6,000 in the past year. We know that lots of people who work with British and American forces are still trying to flee the Taliban. Would you make any exceptions for them and allow them to stay?
Yes.
Or, you would?
Yes, absolutely. Right. There were brave Afghans who supported the British forces and American forces during that 20-year war, who, of course, absolutely, of course, deserve recompense for the enormous risks they took. And by the way, Martin, you know, just bear this in mind. This country has taken 500,000 refugees since the Brexit referendum. This country is not closed-minded to groups that genuinely face persecution, to groups that genuinely are refugees. We just don't believe, by any traditional definitions of a refugee, we just don't believe those people crossing the English Channel, or at least very few of them, tick that box. Carry on.
Will you have a scheme continue some of the resettlement schemes?
Yes, but of course, once again, the whole thing's been messed up beyond all belief. The list of a couple of thousand interpreters becomes a list of 100,000 people. The whole thing gets leaked. It's a complete and utter shambles. But, you know, where it's right and proper, you know, Operation Restoring Justice would apply to those Afghan interpreters as well. Absolutely. Thank you for your question. Do come in whenever you want.
Can I just very quickly mention, to the degree someone wants to make the case for legitimate asylum claims, as no doubt some may exist, those can only ever be taken seriously when you have a secure border and you actually have control about who's coming. This is one of the biggest problems. I put it to you that an infinitesimal number of the Afghans who are crossing the channel illegally served with our military bravely. It will be an infinitesimal number, and we know this. So again, this is a big part of what reform is going to do. If you don't have a border, you don't have a country. If you don't have a border, you don't have an immigration policy. We can talk about it all we want.
Quite, absolutely, absolutely. Michael Knowles from the Daily Express.
Thank you very much. Your operational plan speaks about a 6-month voluntary return window. Can you spell out why you're going to do that and why it precedes the large-scale raids?
Well, because there's a nice way of doing this, and there's a very tough way of doing this. And if people think, crikey, you know, they're breathing down my neck, they're actually going to catch up with me and deport me, I might as well take the offer of £2,500 and a free, comfortable flight back to my home country. Difficult to assess just how successful that will or will not be. But if you think, you know, this time next week they're going to be knocking on my door, I suggest quite a few people might take that up. And I think that is, you know, that is part of our sort of carrot and stick approach to individuals illegally in Britain, but equally to other countries as well. Yeah. You know, we will try to make it easy. And after all, the countries we're talking about, we're giving nearly all of them foreign aid anyway. So there are ways that we can offer them constructive deals to take back their people, or we can get tougher by applying diplomatic or economic pressure.
Can I just add as well that it's also much cheaper, frankly. I know I might stick in the throat a little bit paying people who are coming illegally, but if you look at the Department of Homeland Security, we've looked a lot at what the Trump administration has done. The DHS have said, their voluntary programs about $1,500 relative to $17,000 for an enforced deportation. And as Nigel said, one of the things that will happen immediately once we pass this legislation is UK Deportation Command will start issuing letters informing them we know we're on to you, and if you don't take this voluntary program, you're gone forcibly in 6 months' time.
Yeah. James Hill, Spectator.
The risk of a British Bill of Rights is that it simply empowers those same activist judges that you've decried here today. Would it not be preferable instead to simply repeal the 1998 Human Rights Act, leave the ECHR and go back to the old system of legal governance?
Yeah, I mean, common law really is what you're talking about, and that's how we used to do it. And, our tradition has always been that we're free-born people, that everything is allowed, unless there is a law that specifically prohibits us from doing something, as opposed to the more European system of state-given human rights, which incidentally they can withdraw pretty much at a moment's notice. Look, we've used the Bill of Rights as a term because it is an historic term in British history, but it won't be full of European-style human rights. It'll be a reassertion of what the basic liberties are of people in this country, and let me assure you of one thing. It will include the right to free speech, which I'm afraid to say and yes, we all want to protect children, but I'm afraid to say that the recent legislation, the Online Safety Act that has come in, is already genuinely curtailing free speech in this country in a way that I think is deeply, deeply alarming. Aubrey Allegressi from The Times.
Hello, Mr. Farage. Aubrey Allegressi from The Times. There are a very few number of disused or surplus RAF bases. So to prove that this plan is viable, can you name any that you would use, either to hold migrants or to operate deportation flights from? And would they, for example, include RAF Scampton? And if I may, why do you want these powers to sunset after 5 years? Is it because you're concerned they could be used by a future government in a way you don't foresee?
No, because, look, we do think there is hope that the 1951 Refugee Convention at the UN can be revisited and redefined for the modern world. So we've done it for a period of 5 years, and we'll see where we go after that. Can I just make one thing very, very clear? That the last government and this one have been housing people in military bases. 1 or 2 campaigns have stopped them using certain particular geographical locations, but quite a few have been used around the country. So you get put into a military base, but you're free to walk the streets at night. You're free to possibly even go and drive a delivery bike for somebody. The military bases that we will use, people will be detained. They won't be out walking the streets, on the road to being deported. So I would suggest to you that whichever geographical locations are chosen, local residents will be far less concerned by this plan than they would young men being free 24 hours a day to walk through their village or walk through their town. On the practicalities of building accommodation, some very interesting thoughts that have come from America over the last few months.
Yeah, look, there's 100,000 square miles of landmass in this country. We're going to need about a third of 1 square mile for the entire detention estate of the incremental 21,000 that we're talking about here. And Trump, whatever you think of President Trump, he has cut illegal border crossings by 97%. They said that it couldn't be done. He has done it. How? Because ICE has gone out and made 150,000 arrests and embarked on these deportations. If you look at the detention capacity he created in Florida, he created 3,000 beds in 8 days. If we were to be able to do it at that rate, we'd have the whole 24,000 up and running in 2 months. That's not in our numbers, but there is modern technology. These steel modular structures, these are all things that we can use. This notion that Britain can't do anything, Britain can't build anything, is for the birds. It's just about the political will.
Yeah, and we managed it, didn't we, at the start of COVID with the Nightingale hospitals, which sprung up in no time at all. So, yeah, creating the first few thousand places can happen very quickly. Of that there is no doubt at all. Charles Hymas from The Telegraph.
There are currently about 100,000, more than 100,000 people who've got asylum applications, half of whom are going to be rejected. You've also got more than 50,000 who've got appeals that are currently going through, and probably a significant number will be rejected. So when you come, if you were to win the next election, you're going to have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands potentially of failed asylum seekers. Are you going to deport them, and are they in your KIP figures? One final question is, what are the sanctions that you would use against a country that refused to take back its migrants?
Fine. Well, the answer is yes. The worry, of course, is that to ease government's difficulty, it just waves through an increasing number of people. It just says, look, you know, all right, we'll give you refugee status, even though, as I said, 2 decades ago in more normal times, that would never have been contemplated. That is this government's get out to the backlog problem. I'd also mention, Charles, while we're here, if you look at those that have claimed asylum in the last year, the biggest single category comes from Pakistan. And they haven't come by boat. They've come with the excuse they're coming to visit relatives, then they overstay. And that racket, absolute racket, that's been going on for years has to end. The same applies to students who come here and then deliberately and willfully overstay. And one of the most remarkable things about those stats is under half of all people making these claims have come by boat. Overstaying is a massive problem, and neither of the last 2 governments, frankly, have done very much at all to deal with it. There are overstayers now being deported on a relatively small scale, but nobody is actually gripping this issue. We'll give the Telegraph 2 questions, shall we? Did you have a question, Camilla?
Very generous. This is for the Daily Tea podcast. You mentioned earlier that there are 3 million people on social housing waiting lists.
1.3, I said.
1.3. Would it be your policy to have a British-first approach to appointing housing when it comes to local areas? Some local areas do look at localism, but others don't. Would that be a blanket policy? And while we're speaking about housing, what's your reaction to the revelation that the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, has got an £800,000 second home in Hove? Do you think it's hypocritical? Should MPs have second homes?
So, I would say this to you. Isn't it funny that the residence that Angela Rayner is living in London is now coming under criticism from James Cleverly? He wasn't complaining when Michael Gove lived there. So it's just party politics. And if Angela Rayner has been tremendously successful in business and managed to acquire a property portfolio and done it properly, well, jolly good luck to her. And this whole sort of hair shirt approach. I mean, I think probably most of the press want politicians in sackcloth and ashes, would like us all to go vegan and give up drinking. Well, it's not happening here. That I can assure you. Do you want to answer the other bit?
I'm Giles. Welcome to Nestle York, the home of Kit Kat. Kit Kats were invented here in 1930.
Two-tier justice within our country. We are opposed to 2-tier policing within our country. We are opposed to 2-tier sentencing. We've just seen Lucy Connolly coming out of prison as Ricky Jones walks free. And yes, I know the circumstances were different. But we are pro a 2-tier approach from government when it's deciding who are the priorities for housing, for benefits, for any of these things. Is it British-born people, or is it people swanning in from all over the world? And we are pro British in this country having more rights than those that have recently come. Yes, yes, yes. And in time, you know, I mean, if you go to Australia, you can't access the health system. It doesn't happen. You've got to pay your insurance for 4 or 5 years. You commit a crime, you'll be deported. We've just been so weak on all of this. We welcome those that will come, will benefit our society, integrate, contribute, and in time become British citizens and have the full rights of everybody else. But I'm afraid that's just not what is actually going on. It hasn't been, frankly, for many, many years. Natasha Clark from LBC. We are getting towards the end, folks, I promise you.
Natasha from LBC. You talk about a self-deport app in your document today. Can you tell us about how that would work? And second, you talk about the risk of unrest on our streets. You obviously know this plan is going to face legal challenges, operational issues, political pressure. Your opponents are going to absolutely throw the book at you to try and stop this. What is your message, firstly to them, and secondly to voters whose trust is absolutely on the floor over this issue? Prime Ministers have repeatedly failed to do enough about this and fix this very tricky problem. We've got years of promises. Why should the public trust you?
Well, you're right. I mean, every Prime Minister since David Cameron has said clearly, if you come to Britain illegally, you will be removed. And they all do it. And none deliver. Although I think they say it because they think the public wants to hear it, rather than they actually mean it. The fundamental point of your question is correct. That the social contract that exists in this country between those that work and pay their taxes and those that govern them is at a very, very fragile moment. That trust in politics and trust in politicians, frankly, it's certainly never been lower in my lifetime, and I think you might have to go back a long way in history to find a parallel period. So the restoring of that trust is absolutely vital. A lot of people around the country who say they're going to vote reform believe that we're pretty much the last shot. Pretty much the last shot. That if we don't win that election and start putting in place some of the very necessary changes that are needed, then goodness only knows what this country will look like in 10 years' time. Goodness only knows how many more talented people will have left. Not just the ultra-rich, but the young, ambitious, hard-working. So it is vital that we do this. All I can say to you is there's nobody on these issues of sovereignty, on these issues of national self-interest, on these issues of predicting what would happen in the future and it coming true. There is nobody more determined to do this than me. Okay, Eleanor Langford from the iPaper.
Hello, Mr. Farage. Just to confirm, are you willing to negotiate with the Taliban and potentially pay them tens of millions of pounds to allow increased returns from the UK? And one more, if I may. Are you concerned that leaving the ECHR could jeopardise the Good Friday Agreement?
Could jeopardise?
The Good Friday Agreement.
Yeah, I mean, look, Blair, of course, wrote the ECHR into everything. He wrote it into everything to try and embed it deeply in British law. Can we renegotiate the Good Friday Agreement to get the ECHR out of it? Yes. Is that something that can happen very, very quickly? No, it'll take longer. It'll take longer. So unfortunately, and for a variety of reasons, previous governments have placed Northern Ireland, I'm afraid, in a different position to the rest of the United Kingdom, something that we vigorously opposed. It will take a little bit longer with Northern Ireland. Zia?
Yeah, so look, I just want to very quickly go back to the question about the app as well, because again, we want to emphasize that the goal is to get as many people to leave voluntarily, and what Deportation Command will make very clear. They will issue dates once they've tracked people down. This is the date that you will be arrested and you will be deported. Going back to the earlier point as well about why should people believe Nigel when so many political leaders have stood in front of the British people and said we would do it? Well, one of the signs that this is going to work is how, number one, the human rights lawyers, the so-called human rights lawyers, are furious. That's a really good positive indicator that this plan will work, because these people, there's an industrial complex. I've seen this in courtrooms, an industrial complex of so-called human rights lawyers who defend the human rights of foreign citizens at the expense of British ones. And to James Heal's question earlier about the British Bill of Rights, I will tell you this. the draftsmen who put this legislation together have been under a very, very clear and strict instruction. But Nigel's the Prime Minister. There will not be a judge in the country that will be able to prevent a single plane from departing. And that is why we are clearing the decks from a legislative standpoint.
Yeah. Anna Gross, Financial Times.
Thank you. You said that we're facing a massive and unprecedented crisis of people coming over to the country to claim asylum. The numbers have gone up. It was 108,000 in 2024, but this was only the 17th highest number in Europe per capita of the population. Are you willing to acknowledge that this is an international phenomenon, that Britain is much less affected than many other countries, and that there are millions of people in the UK that want to provide refuge to those who may be killed in their home countries?
In 2015, the boat started crossing the Mediterranean. Jean-Claude Juncker, who at the time was the President of the European Commission, announced that the EU would put in place a common refugee and asylum policy for the European Union. And I was there through all of it. And I spoke repeatedly in parliamentary debates. And I said, if you allow anyone that sets foot across the Mediterranean to stay in the European Union, millions will come. Do not make this fundamental mistake. Of course, they did. And one of the reasons for voting Brexit was to prevent that catastrophic mistake that was made by the European Union, compounded by Angela Merkel in the most astonishing and stupid way. One of the reasons for Brexit was to get ourselves away from that necessary obligation, in that a few years in a European country, they become European citizens, they could come to Britain. So I've been right about this from the very start, singularly, alone, right about this from the very start. If you make it easy for people to come, they will come. It's just as simple as that. And it is, to the deep regret of everybody, especially 17.4 million Brexit voters and many, many more, that despite the fact we've got back control of our lives, we've actually not bothered to use it properly. We should not be paying for the mistakes of the European Union. Esme Kenny from the Oxford Mail.
Thank you. Esme Kenny, Oxford Mail.
Yes.
So we're not far away from Campsfield House, which is a detention centre which closed in 2018. The current government have said that they want to reopen and expand the site. What would a reform government do about Campsfield House, and how would it respond to the backlash that reopening the site has faced from local residents and the district council?
Yeah, I mean, look, nobody wants a hotel near them. Nobody wants an HMO near them. No one wants a detention centre around them. Well, at the moment, they've got lots of them all over the country. And I'm not going to be drawn. I'm aware of the problem, of course. I'm not going to be drawn on the specifics of any individual geographical location. Because if we were to do that and present it as a plan, what the government would probably do is sell off the site and turn it into a solar farm. So we're going to keep...
It's true. It's actually true.
Well, why not, I suppose, So no, we're not going to go into individual specific geographies. Certainly not at this stage. Okie dokie. Alexa from The Guardian.
Thank you. Elita Addy from The Guardian.
Misspelled, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. Your plan promises mass deportations at a cost of £10 billion over 5 years, yet the Centre for Migration Control, which is led by your former colleague Rupert Lowe, proposed a near identical plan at a cost of around £47.5 billion. So why do you believe you can deliver the same scale of deportations for less than a fifth of that price?
Because Zia's really good at maths. Okay, right, now, the last question. The last question of this conference goes to David Burke of the Daily Mirror. This is the last one. David, where are you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Farage. Last year you said that Judeo-Christian values were at the root of everything in this country. You've previously called for a muscular defence of Christianity. We saw under the Tories, the Church of England bishops were probably among the most vocal critics of the Rwanda plan when it came to the Lords. It seems, frankly, ludicrous that they'd fall behind sending people to the Taliban, to Eritrea, to Iran and so forth. If you found yourself in a position where senior Christian leaders oppose the plans on moral grounds, are you prepared to say, I don't care, and do it anyway? And if so, isn't there a hypocrisy built into that?
Well, look, I mean, you know, whoever the Christian leaders are at any given point in time, I think over the last decades, quite a few of them have been rather out of touch, perhaps with their own flock, given the types of people appointed.
What if you could get your money moving with Access?
We believe that what we're offering is right and proper. And we believe for a political party that was founded around the slogan of family, community, country, that we are doing right by all of those things with these plans we put forward today. Somebody else asked me a moment ago about the pressures from the establishment that we'll face. Yes, of course there'll be pressures from the establishment. Of course there'll be condemnation from all sorts of parts of society. But no big, fundamental change that advances people's lives ever comes without a battle against the establishment, a battle against the existing interests, as Zia mentioned a moment ago, the human rights industry, etc. Some of this will be hard, but that's why we have to get a proper mandate for it at an election, and it's why I believe that as a result of what we're doing today, the general centre of gravity of this debate will move considerably between now and the next general election. And I think a lot of people who maybe now are criticised, I've noticed actually one or two commentators, you know, who would have been, even a handful of years ago, would have said really quite vicious things in their commentaries about these proposals, are now saying, well, you know what, actually, you know, I can't walk down the King's Road and wear jewellery anymore. You know, something fundamentally is going wrong. This feeling that we're living in broken Britain. And this is, of course, but one part of broken Britain, but it's the most visible part, and it's the part that is leading to the greatest anger in the country. Right, can I say thank you very much indeed, everybody?
Thank you very much, Mr. Farage. Your plans could mean sending thousands of asylum seekers back to countries where they might face imprisonment, torture, even death. Does that bother you at all? And what happens if countries refuse to take people back?
Does it bother me? Of course it bothers me, but what really bothers me is what is happening on the streets of our country. What really bothers me is what is happening to British citizens. What really bothers me is, and you've seen this from the Bell Hotel onwards, the growing concern with justifiable evidence that women and girls are far less safe on the streets than they were before this began. So it's all about whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? Are you on the side of the British people or international treaties? Now, where countries, and I think Zia laid that out, that it's going to be a carrot and stick approach to it, but if we can't get deals with certain countries, then we think this country has considerably more muscle, diplomatic muscle, than perhaps those in Westminster currently recognise, then we will have to find other locations. And, you know, we're going to be talking to Albania, we'll talk to Rwanda, we will find solutions. Catherine Foster from GB News.
Thank you, Catherine Foster, GB News. Nigel Farage, last September you told GB News that it was a political impossibility to deport hundreds of thousands of people and that we simply couldn't do it.
I'd just let you know we're just starting again there, so it's starting to loop round again. So anyway, with that, guys. Thank you all for joining tonight, this evening. Been very nice for you all to come on here. Do make sure you subscribe and you have pressed that thumb up for me, which does really help. Okay, guys, I'm going to end the stream now. So thank you for joining, and I wish you good night, and catch you all soon. Take care.